How's everybody doing? Good, good, good. It's welcome to be, or try that again. It's wonderful to be back here with you guys. I just enjoyed 2 amazing days at Disney, but boy, howdy, it'll take it out of you. Just wrapped up a personal story about that. Happened at age 5. The ending landed quietly with chat reacting in multiple languages generated by AI. May make mistakes. It doed. It doed. Your room actually looks sick without all the lights? Okay. I actually look sick? Wait, Peanut, that was kind of... Whoa, hold on. Anyway, guys, I was going to give you a little bit of an update, what's going on in my life, and then we're going to watch it. Oh, go ahead.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
I knew you just went for milk and cigarettes and you'd never leave us.
That's...
But how about showing a little hole to make up for your absence?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
There
cool.
they are.
Halfway through Dungeon Crawler Carl Book 4. Wish I could talk about it, but won't spoil for chat
nice.
now.
Like I never left. I'm a huge Hassan fan, but I'm genuinely and sincerely super hyped and stoked to see you at the Fear End show in Los Angeles. Let's fucking go. I like it both ways. Hey, yeah, you do, Peanut. Thank you, Nix. So anyway, guys, God, what a good track. Damn.
Hot ashes for trees, hot air for a cool breeze, cold comfort for
We're
change.
going to get milk and smoke some cities.
Did you exchange the walk-on part in the wall for a lead role in a cage?
God damn. Did you exchange a leading war in the role for a walk-on
Just
role
got
in the
here,
cage?
boss. How are you all?
We're doing great. Let me put on a little...
Oh yeah, wow,
Let's
that's very
put on a
cool.
little mind massage in the background so I can focus. Let's do Super Mario Paint Ambient. That's my favorite. That's my gel. This is Super Mario Paint Ambient mix can help me see the future. Only Super Mario Paint can soothe the ADHD within my soul. Thank you guys for the hype train. Thank you so much. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
I went
wow,
to
that's very
Disney.
cool.
Let's go, Neff. Let's go,
with
Neff. Let's go,
my-
Neff. Let's go, Neff. Let's go.
My niece and nephews. Oh, Phil Debutante. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now I know why my ADHD gets worse at an old age. This sucks. So I went with my
Oh yeah, wow,
nephews
that's
and
very
niece,
cool.
who are
Nephews go.
technically my second cousins, I guess. Anyway, I've always told you I grew up in very close proximity with my cousins. So now their kids are my kids, basically. But we went to Disney together. And, dude, Disney was... You know what? I got to give it to Cutie. She put together an itinerary for us. And that shit slapped. We had it like a military... We were like Green Beret with Cutie's guideline. I literally asked Cutie to help me out with this trip, and it was a great decision. It was like asking Austin about an airplane. At a certain point, you just kind of go, you got to put your selfish male ego aside and go, you know what? I'm out of my fucking depth. I'm going to get some help from Cutie. And that shit slapped. Day one, we were like the Green Beret. We did like 12 rides in like the first hour. It was nuts. She was like, if you take this path, it'll be the most efficient. Stop here for a drink, get food in this spot. It was crazy. So we were moving these kids in and out, and they were awesome. We were min-maxing the heck out of it. We got there. We were rope dropping. Well, we weren't rope dropping. We got there like 45 minutes after the park opened. and we stayed almost the whole day. Caroline wound up at or pulled up at like, I think Caroline pulled up at like noon because the kids woke me up at 6 a.m. They're from the East Coast. Anyway, we were jamming. The whole day was great. Kids were easy, and we kept saying, guys,
that's for a cool.
today is
Almost
about
3 years.
teamwork.
Let's go.
Today is about teamwork. We get to the last ride of the day, basically. We have a few rides left. Okay. We get to like the last ride of the day. The oldest brother and the middle sister are about to ride the Dumbo ride, and I'm riding with the littlest, okay? Their mom is taking a break. She's resting her feet, and Caroline is getting food, so it's just me with the chitlins. And the Dumbo ride has a joystick on it, okay? And the joystick makes the Dumbo go up, or it makes the Dumbo go down. And the kids were exhausted by this point, absolutely exhausted. And I could tell the brother and sister
that's for a cool.
were getting into
Jester
it.
Dude gifted a tier
They were
1
getting
sub
into
to us
it.
from.
They were
They
getting
have
into
given
it.
2 gift subs in the
And I
channel.
was like, guys, you got to share that Dumbo. You got to share that Dumbo. Guys, just share the Dumbo, okay? Share the Dumbo. And they're like, yeah, okay, we got it. And I was like, please, from your cool uncle, we can share the Dumbo. We get on. We're doing loops. The loops are tight, right? And the youngest and I are in the Dumbo. We see their mom. Woo! She's waving, smiling. All right. She's sitting down. The second time we go around, I notice she's not looking at us at all. She's looking at the Dumbo in front of us. Okay. And have you guys ever seen car jujitsu? Have you ever seen car jujitsu? That's what it looked like. Where the 2 kids and the Dumbo in front of me, let me give you a little visual just so you can see. The 2 kids in the car in front of us
And this tournament
were
is
like
underway.
this. They were just on the Dumbo ride. Fully combat. And I was like, oh God, oh Jesus. Straight brawling. Okay. The Dumbos land, and as the Dumbos land, the eldest brother, who's, I think he's 10, takes her head and shoves it. And she hits her head on the thing. Like that. Oh. And she looks at him, and as he's getting out, she grabs his hair like this. And like she was trying to pull a carrot out of the ground, she just goes, "Ah!" And like 30 hairs came with her. And at that point, I ran and I grabbed both of them like this. And I was like, guys, today was all about teamwork. I don't know what happened. And so I got them over to their mom. I was carrying them by the waist. And I get them to their mom. And you can tell they're just so tired. Like they don't even know what's going on. They're like arguing over nothing. They were like, well, he got to go up and then I wanted to control the down, but they couldn't. How old are they? He's 10 and I think she's 8. So they're young. They're baby. But they were just arguing about nothing. And their mom was like, all right, that's it. We're going home. And the youngest was with me, and he was like, I didn't I didn't do anything. So I turned to their mom and I'm like, Caroline and I wanted to stay for the fireworks, which are in 2 hours. If he's okay with it, could he stay with us? And she looks at the youngest and he goes, yeah. So the other 2 were apparently asleep as like before they even got in the car. They fell asleep in the shuttle. They were so tired. But he was just, dude, this kid was locked in. He was absolutely dialed. And we had the fast passes, right? We had 6 fast passes. And now there were 3 of us.
That's very cool.
So
40
we
months
were
later.
riding rides at an absolutely lunatic clip. We were going on a ride and immediately going on the ride again. Like lunatics. Lunatics. And dude, it was so funny. Okay. We measured him because the Incredicoaster is 48 inches. He was 47 and a half inches. Okay. I kid you not. 47 and a half inches. So, dude, I have to show you this. This made my day. So I put my hat on him and I was like, listen, you got to wear this hat tall. Okay. And if they ask you about your hat, you just say you have tall head syndrome or THS. I said, you look at that guy in the eyes and you tell him you have THS, tall head syndrome. And he was like, okay, tall head syndrome. Bro. It did not work. It did not work. It did not. We got to the front. He stood next to the height thing. He's like, "Oh, I got it." And I was like, "Can you take your hat off?" And he goes, "I got a tall." He looked at him dead in the eyes and went, "I got a tall head." And he's like, "Can you take the hat off?" And he was like, "Yeah." And dude, I thought he had it because he lined up with it, but the guy took his fingers and put it underneath the bar like this and was like, "I'm sorry." Like he was wiggling it. He's like, "I'm sorry." And I'm like, come on, man. Anyway, we got a cookie. Caroline rode the Incredicoaster. And before we even got back to the car that night, the littlest was out cold. Anyway, day 2, redemption. Before we leave in the morning, I look at the youngest and I go, "Do you have any bigger shoes? Like, do you have sneakers? Because right now you're wearing shoes with really small, like, lifts in them." And he's like, "Yeah, I got bigger shoes." I go, "Okay, put those on." So we went back. He did tall head syndrome again. Even this time I was like, "I don't think it's going to work, bro. I don't think the tall head syndrome is going to work." The guy's like, "Can you take your hat off?" He's like, takes the hat off. Literally, he clipped it. Like he's at the age that he might have grown enough that night, but like clipped it. We all go. The older 2, as we get to the ride, jump off. And they're like, "We can't do it. We're going to wait for you here." And we're like, "What?" The youngest is like, "I'm doing it." They strap him in, dude. His mom's behind us. I'm with him. This kid is awesome. This kid is rad. We line up for the coaster, and he's like doing this. I'm like, "Are you all right, bud?" And he goes, I go, "Are you scared?" And he goes, I go, "Yeah, it's okay." It's like takes off. We're flying, and his mom's just going, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And he keeps going like this. We get done with the coaster, and I'm like, "Oh man, I forgot. Incredicoaster's pretty gnar. Incredicoaster's pretty gnar." We get off. I look at him. I go, "How was that, dude?" He goes, "That was awesome. Let's ride it again." Dude, it was dope. It was dope. It was really cool. But anyway, I'm tired, man. I'm tired. Three kids at Disney is kind of like 2-a-day football practice. I'm spiritually tired. I've been yelled at more than I expected, and I'm bruised. And I wish I had worn a cup. You know what I mean? Like, there were just crotch height kids like absolutely pummeling me at strange intervals. Like, we would just be waiting in a line, and then all of a sudden, a kid would just go, oh, buddy. Oh, Lord. It was really, really, really funny. Why do kids do that? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But I did my best to like impart sage wisdom on the kids.
Oh,
like
yeah,
at one
wow,
point,
that's very cool.
thank you. I bought one of them a churro and I bought one of them ice cream, and I was like, listen, you guys can have churro ice cream if you share. If one gets half and they were like, oh my God. And they literally, I swear, they were like pulling out, you know, the devices that they use to like measure roads? Where they're like, I swear, they were dividing up this ice cream and this churro like they were doing open heart surgery, man. The youngest was looking at this churro and he was like, held up the two halves. It was crazy. It was crazy. But they both acknowledged, they're like, yeah, it was better because we shared. And I was like, yes. Yes. Anyway, Disney, you did a great job. I had a great time. I got to admit it. And I got to say, Disney's better with kids. Disney's better with kids. Disney is way better with kids. What's your favorite ride? It's Guardians of the Galaxy, guys. It's Guardians of the Galaxy, 1,000%. It's Guardians. And I'll tell you guys, the reason we didn't ride Guardians last time is because everybody told me it was
wow, that's very cool.
Jelania.
Tower of Terror.
Simnatsit. Rasvet. Pech. Debate. Teperserdechny.
Yep.
Visvrasheni and Arodino.
Sure.
Adin. Tavarni Vagon.
Yep.
BTW, did you get the blue milk?
I did get blue milk, and I got the seasonal croissant there. It was really good. Everybody told me it was Tower of Terror, and Tower of Terror is okay, in my opinion. The original Tower of Terror was fun. Guardians is so much better than Tower ever was. I cannot even tell you. Like, I thought the Guardians theming would be like, yeah, whatever. They upgraded that ride hella. That ride is so much smoother and more fun than it used to be. And they're playing music the whole time. It's going, come and get your love. Ah, come and get your love. Come and get your love. And you're just like, ah. Tremendous. Also, the queue to get into the ride. We had a long queue to get into the ride, right? But all the theming was so fun that like they didn't even stress it. I'm telling you, aren't the songs different? Apparently there's 5 different songs that you can get. But I was blown away. I really thought it was just going to be Tower of Terror. It was really well done. It was really well done. Like, I don't know what it is. I think Tower, I just remember it being like so scary and like ominous. And Guardians, the kids like weren't scared because it's like so like, hey, I'm Rocket Raccoon. Listen to this. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Come and get ABC. It's easy as 1, 2. And you're just like, ah. It's just fun. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Come and get your love now. Are vapes still being smuggled into the park? I don't know that. Was there a vape problem at Disney? Surely. Dude, I saw this. Jared Kushner, John Kushner bought the Lakers. Now, I'm going to tell you guys something. I've always been anti-Lakers. I've never been a Laker. I told you guys, when I came to LA, I wanted to adapt one sports team. And I had the option to either choose the Lakers or the Doyers. And every day I'm thankful I chose the Doyers. Doyers are excellent. I'm a year vape free, so proud of myself. Oh my God. Have a smoke to celebrate. I'm so sorry. I should not have said that. That was dumb. Have you seen this? Wait, what is this? No, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Stopping vaping is tough. Getting off tobacco is tough. It's tough. When I got a henna tattoo but forgot to shave my back beforehand and the saxophones keep getting louder. Oh! Bro, get it wet and shave it. Honestly, the Batman logo is crazy. That's actually sick. I kind of want to do that. Coyote vs. Acme Supremacy. Coyote vs. Acme debuts with 100 on Rotten Tomatoes. Dude. Ketchup Productions is about to make $1 billion. First 5 minutes of Lanterns, if you're down to watch it, absolutely fucking not. No. Why would I watch the first 5 minutes of Lanterns? And fucking, dude, it comes out in 2 days. Like, maybe if they did that like 2 months ago, I'd be like, yeah, sure. But dude, it comes out in 48 fucking hours, man. I'm not going to watch part of the episode I'm about to watch. That's not your fault, Cheddar. That's not your fault. But I'm just like, come on. I've been waiting for this for like 2 years. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Come and get your love now. Something about Twitch AI. Don't give a shit. Effective immediately. We will no longer offer tickets in group of 5 out of respect to Jaden Daniels. We're only doing 4 or 6? What? I don't understand this. I don't get it. Guys, I am a football fucking head and I don't get this. Context? Yeah, I don't understand. JD sent LSU a cease and desist. He bitched to LSU about someone using his number this year? Wait, what? Jaden Daniels sends a cease and desist letter to LSU over number 5 jersey? Are you fucking nuts? Wait, what?
Over what happened to his former number 5 jersey, and now it's become Jaden Daniels, man. He's putting LSU on blast over what happened to his former number 5 jersey, and now it's become an NIL issue. LSU gave Daniels number 5 to cornerback DJ Pickett, and Daniels' camp was not happy about it. His attorney has now sent LSU a cease and desist.
What? This is the worst look I've ever seen. This is the worst look I've ever fucking seen. This is crazy. Usually I'm always, guys, you know me. I advocate on the side of the players against teams and NIL all the time. All the time. I am the most player-sided like commentary person maybe on the net. This is fucking crazy. This is fucking insane. Okay, for those of you who don't know sports, if you play at a team and you're like a legendary player, sometimes what they will do is they will take your number and they will put it in what's called a Ring of Honor or something similar and retire your number. Okay? But usually you have to be like Muhammad, I'm hard, Bruce Lee, bad motherfucker, think Jackie Robinson, think fucking Tom Brady, right? In order to get your number retired. But it's like an honorary thing. It's not like a contractual thing. It's usually done out of respect. So for him to reach back, remember also, it's not even a quarterback that's using the number. It's a corner, it sounds like. This is crazy sauce.
Barring the school from using his name, image, and likeness. Daniels' family said they feel profoundly disrespected, but there's one pretty big wrinkle. LSU never even retired number 5.
Dude, oh my God.
LSU says Pickett was promised the number during his recruitment, while Burrow's number 9 has remained untouched since 2019. But like, are we comparing Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow?
Girl, don't even start that conversation.
Oh, I'm confused. So here's where I'm at. Sure, he's an LSU legend. We can all give him that. But the guy didn't win a national championship, so this all seems a little ridiculous to me. I don't know.
This is crazy. This is, unless there is some contractual thing we don't know about, that part of his NIL was that 5 would be retired. This is like lunacy. This is like batshit. Like, I don't know why his attorney would actually fucking do it. It seems crazy. Also, dude, it does not bode well for the Commanders. Jaden Daniels is supposed to be a guy. And last year, he sucked. He just did not look like the same dude. And now he's doing this. Vibes are bad. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, to football folks, I know the non-football folks are all like, we're starting football again, boo. Well, that's because football is back, baby. Football is back. Back. In case you don't know, the first fucking preseason game started today.
Hey, the guy won a Heisman Trophy.
And we're back. So exciting. Was he hurt all season last year? I thought he played in a few games, didn't he? Am I nuts? Was he hurt the entire season? Most of it. No, I thought he played he played in like 7 games. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, guys, he played in 7 games and went 2-5. No, he sucked last year. There's a Pokemon Gen 1
This
PC
is what the
port.
original Pokemon Red looked like when it first debuted back in 1996. This is what it looks like with a few modern additions. And this is the full potential of Gen 1 Recomp. What you're seeing isn't a fan game. It's not a ROM hack or even being played on an emulator at all.
What?
This is the actual Pokemon Red running natively on PC. And it's only the beginning. It all started years ago when a community of dedicated fans banded together to form the Pokemon Reverse Engineering Team. They went on to spend countless hours decompiling the original Game Boy Pokemon games into easily readable code, which a developer by the name of Brian the Boy was then able to use to create Gen 1 Recomp. And while the base project brings some revolutionary improvements to Red, Blue, and Yellow,
Wasn't this proven to be AI? I don't fucking know, man.
Community mods that really take it to a whole nother level. So today we're going to be taking a look at some of my favorites so far and exactly how you can get started on playing this yourself. Oh, wow. It's literally just the game. That is huge because on emulator, of course.
Wait, this looks sick. Not AI?
Blue or yellow. Once you're in the GitHub flying type GitHub page for it, which did have a zip file. Although it seems to be working with both red and blue now too. Look at all these overworld Pokemon. That's so cool. I mean, it's mainly just Weedles
Overworld Pokemon?
right here, but you know, this is just so
More nostalgia slop? Okay. All right. Golly. Leave me alone. This is how you end stream.
Have a good night. Thank you so. I just want to say, guys, thank you so much for letting me perform for you every night like this. Have a nice night,
yeah,
guys.
wow, that's very cool.
Is he still mad about the fucking Dmitry Petrov thing from Backyard Baseball? Okay. I have to admit something, and I fucking hate this. I hate this. This is the best impression of me I've ever seen. He actually fucking hit this.
Thank you so much for letting me perform for you every night like this. Have a nice night, guys.
I hate how hard he hit that. I absolutely fucking despise how good that impression is. Because there's so many people that, like, I get sent the impression and it's always like, oh, Will, check this out. And someone's like, dang, it's me, Will Neff. Like, Jesus Christ. That one hurts because it was actually very fucking close. Wow, you called it? What did I call? Hold on, I gotta... Spider-Man Brand New Day hits... Okay, all right, I'll allow ads, you fucking piece of shit. I love that they do that. Spider-Man Brand New Day hits 700 million at domestic box office, one of 7 movies to ever reach the milestone. Yeah, I called this. So this was half of my prediction. My prediction was that Spider-Man, can Spider-Man come out and play? Finish it. First half of the prediction was that Spider-Man was absolutely going to mollywop the box office. My second part of the prediction, I still think Doomsday is going to lose money. That was my prediction. Really? Okay. Let me put this, let me say this, right? I think Doomsday will go even. Maybe just over even. But when you look at movies, particularly films with the kind of investment that Doomsday has, if they go even, it will be considered a failure. Okay? I like, this is just some filmmaking lore. Okay? If your movie makes what you spent on it, it's considered a failure. Right now.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I want to look this up because the movie's not even out yet.
Ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Speaking of Spider-Man, I finally saw it tonight with some friends. Loved it. I do completely agree with you about your Hulk take though. Much love.
Thank you. Doomsday's current budget, as of this moment, as of this second, $700 million. So, just to put that in perspective, if Doomsday makes less than $1 billion, it will probably be a disappointment. If Doomsday makes $700 million, it will be considered like a huge loss. So I'm just putting that in perspective. Now, you guys know how Spider-Man did. Everybody fucking loves Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's going to make over $1 billion, right? If Doomsday doesn't do that, which I think there is a potential, man. I think it's clear, but a lot of people are off the Marvel train. I disagree. I don't think people are off the Marvel train. And it would be easy for me to agree to that because I'm Mr. DC. But I just think you can't just throw trash at the wall anymore. Spider-Man was built and meticulously raised up, and people are bought into Tom Holland's Spider-Man and the journey of his plot. And dude, there were people in the movie theater with their fucking faces painted, and they want to know what happens with him and MJ, and they want to know what happens with him and his friend, and they're ready for like the new stuff, right? I don't want to say what it is because I'm not spoiler Andy, but people were excited about the new stuff. Young characters, new characters. Doomsday is basically the complete opposite. We're getting old and we're doing rehash. It'll be really interesting. And it's competing with Dune 3, dude. Oh my God, dude. I'm worried. I'm worried, guys. I could be totally wrong. Doomsday could come out and absolutely mollywop the box office. It could come out and absolutely mollywop the box office. But dude, Doomsday versus Dune is going to be a death match. Anyway, that was my take. You know, I had another take. This is interesting. I had another take. Like, let me look something up. Let me make sure I get this right. Okay, I called this. Sheesh. I called this at the beginning of April.
That's very cool.
How's my main man doing tonight?
I said that Cade Klubnik would maybe go to the Jets. I said he would probably go in the 5th round. And I said that he would pop the fuck off. Ladies and gentlemen, Cade Klubnik has been popping the fuck off. For my football guys,
cool.
Let's go.
I called
Nefle's
Fernando
good.
Mendoza before anyone had any idea who this fucking kid was. I was like, I think he might win the Heisman. And everybody was like, you fucking idiot. Well, I called the Cade Klubnik thing too. And my man has been slinging fucking piss, bro. He has been slinging darts. I'm so stoked. Christopher Abbott is rumored to play Professor X. Dude, they are going so fucking young. What?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Dude, they're
Here,
gonna
Billy,
cast
please.
a 40-year-old as Professor
Oh, yeah, wow,
Xavier.
that's very cool.
Holy shit, they're going young.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
Wow.
Well, as a football head, you did intro me to Mendoza.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you for the hype train. Dune popcorn tub. Take a look. Okay, let's talk about it. This is
Wait, is that real?
this
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
wow, that's very
Dune
cool.
TD Nitro. Thank you. Ganked IRL. Thank
oh,
you.
Yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Nefle, thanks
Whoa,
for consistently
dude,
providing
Monty G,
entertainment and correct takes to us lucky chatters.
Here, I'll do Wubby doing me. Guys, Thank you for this hype train. It means a lot to me. Thanks for letting me perform. Son of a bitch. Guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I'm a stud.
This is
I'm
the
bossy.
Dune 2.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Thank
Will
you.
Nwabi podcast when?
I'm going to say this right now.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
If
Etherbomb
Wubby
gifted a tier
wants
1
to
sub to
make
Andy Libfam.
a
Oh, yeah,
weekly
wow, that's very
podcast
cool.
with me,
Etherbomb gifted a tier 1
if
sub to
Wubby
Cuckoo
actually
Mango.
wants to do that, I'd drive to San Diego once a week. If he actually wants to do that, done. Done. Popcorn tub is the Dune 2 limited edition popcorn tub. So Wubby has a podcast? Well, then add me to it, bitch. Well, then get me in there, you piece of shit. Popcorn goes
I'm
in.
telling you one thing. I could sugar down on that. After a couple drinks, I could sugar down a little bit on that one.
Can you explain?
Okay, this image is crazy. My eyes just clocked this for the first time. This image is absolutely insane. What is he doing to that popcorn bucket? Can any of my
wow, that's very cool.
homosexual
Monty
friends
_
tell
G
me what's
_
going on
gifted a tier 1 sub to Admiral Spaceship
with that
09.
popcorn bucket? Oh my, you already know, Will? I know.
Oh yeah,
I know.
wow, that's very cool.
Monty _ G _
Dude, can
gifted
I
a
say
tier 1 sub
something?
to Vince
Can I
something.
say something? I was in a car today and I was talking to Austin. I was taking an Uber, right? And I had Austin. I was talking to Austin and I had him on speakerphone because I was tired from Disney. And I was like listening to him talk. And he dropped the F slur. And I looked at the driver and the driver looked in the rear view. And I hit mute and I went, he's gay. And he went, oh, okay. There is just this moment of tension where the guy was like, hey. I was like, oh, you're not. He's gay. That's pretty funny. Puka is leading the contention for dumbest player in the league. Puka Nacua was left bleeding from his face after running into a glass door at a house party hosted by Fanatics founder Michael Rubin. Boo, Fanatics, boo. Bro, I really be standing on that Fanatics hate. I'm going to be honest. I really do be standing on the Fanatics hate. I really do be standing on that shit because they offered me a lot of money. And I was like, no, you suck. You guys suck. Why do I have to fucking have any ethics? Fuck. Fix your fucking jerseys. Fix your jerseys and then offer me some fucking money, man. Go away. It didn't feel good. It didn't feel good. I'll tell you that. It didn't feel nice. Boo. Boo ethics. Boo. Will, what is your favorite NBA team if you have one? I'm from New York and always was a fan of the Knicks. I've been a Knicks fan my whole shit. Okay, just for anybody new, my whole life I was a Knicks, Mets, and Jets guy. Okay? So basically, if you're from Long Island or you're Jewish in New York, those are usually your teams. I don't know why it breaks that way. It just does. Okay? I don't know why that is how the math worked out, but there are exceptions to that rule, of course. But that Long Island and a very Jewish population, we are the Knicks, we are the Jets, and we are the Mets. And then when I moved to Los Angeles, I put to rest my Mets fandom because I love sports and I wanted to be able to root for a team. So I did like a seance where I was like, I'm absolving myself from the Mets fandom. I'm absolving myself from this sin. And I bought myself a Dodgers hat. Yeah, I basically traded myself to the Dodgers. I traded myself to the Dodgers, and it was the best thing I've ever done. Rangers, Islanders, or Devils? Devils. Martin Brodeur was my guy, bro. Dude, I loved this. I saw this. I loved this art. This was very cool. Dude, someone did leave the funniest comment I've ever seen where they were like, how did they get Cutie's knees so perfect? And I was like, I don't know why I thought that was so funny. I don't know why I thought that comment was so funny. I was like, okay. Shade, but kind of funny. Did you know Martin Brodeur cheated on his wife with his sister-in-law? I don't care. I just think it's funny. He's a stepdad. I mean, no, I'll be honest. He played hockey when I was like 12. So I was probably insulated from the philandering, but man, could he stop a puck. This Call of Duty developer spent 9 years making a solo anti-Call of Duty. All right. Thank you guys for the hype train, by the way.
Give it to me.
Oh my God.
You're going to run this drill until you get it right.
What the fuck?
I don't care about the subject matter. I care about user engagement and retention.
The modern battle space demands a new form of training.
How have you never heard of War Fantasy?
If you disobey me again, I will eat the skin off of your face. Now pick up the...
I know people are saying it looks mid, but I think this is actually so based, bro.
Rifle and go again.
The Pentagon is threatening to pull funding if we don't change the story.
What did your game teach my son?
The enemy is whoever I say it is.
This company is not liable for the actions of our customers.
It's just you and me in here.
You can't shoot your way out of this.
They make games like war and war like a game. They make games like war and war like a game. They make games like war and war like a game.
You know.
Oh. Okay. All right. Interesting. Next, Fear End Game Night. By the way, I think we're doing another one. I've heard this is fun. Machine Party. I saw F-Slur playing this game. Go ahead.
Something I think you should buy. Go Jets.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Leviathan Astral gifted a tier 1 sub to Boogity_Boogity.
Oh! Okay, I thought you were going to send me like a bag of manure.
Oh yeah, wow,
or like
that's very cool.
Mark Sanchez's knife that he got stabbed with.
They can give us a late
or
checkout,
like
but you need to get here now.
Something like, I thought you were going to do this to make fun of me. But thank you. On my way to Brazil. But this is actually sick. A little 10 out of 10 Cade Klubnik. Do you guys not know who F-Slur is? It's Fuseli, Squeaks, Ludwig, and Valkyrie. Is my chat old? Are you guys not plugged in anymore? Oh my God, my chat is old. You guys are... Oh, shit. Don't call me. hang on, dude. We need the meme. Don't call me anymore. Dude. Chat.
Don't call me. Don't come by my house. We're done.
Chat. You guys are old. Wait, were people actually trying to clock me for saying F slur like I was like saying it as a actual replacement for a slur?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Neffel.
That's crazy. Y'all thought I said I saw F slur playing this? That's crazy. Don't call me anymore. Don't call me anymore. Don't come by my stream. Oh, Jesus. You see the new Almost Friday? No, okay, let's watch the new Almost Friday. How about that? And then we can start the movie. How about that? We got a great movie that people say is great. I haven't seen it. I'm doing a blind viewing. So let's watch this sketch and then let's get into the movie, shall we?
It's crazy thinking about like our wedding vows and that sort of thing, and somehow we ended up here. But I'm wondering too how the hell I got here, because I'm not the sort of person that would ever kill somebody. Not that that's a problem, you know, but I need my wife. I need my wife gone, and I can't have anyone know that this was ever me.
You needn't worry, Mr. Smith. I operate with the utmost expediency, and discretion is, of course, guaranteed.
Right. I don't want her to suffer either. Quick and painless. How does it go down?
Yes. First, I prepare my body. Then I ingest raw meat from an animal which died by my hand. At approximately 1900, I prepare my weapon. Once I found a suitable vantage point which overlooks your back window, I zero in my sights. I find that classical music slows my heart rate the best. I steady my target in the center. Squeeze the trigger. Your problem is solved. It's quick and painless, Mr. Smith. Once the deed is done, you wire me $15,000.
15 grand.
I'd do it for way less.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you fucking do.
No. His friend from college. We're catching up here and having a drink.
That's right. We're friends from college.
Nah, that's a killer right there. I could hear you guys. He's gonna eat a bunch of raw fucking meat and shoot your wife.
This is a private conversation.
Well, then let me fucking scooch over to you.
I think you're fine.
I'll do it for $400. It'll be down and dirty, and I'm not gonna lie to you, she's gonna feel it. It's not gonna be quick. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'll tell you what. $400? I'll kill your wife.
I don't know what you're referring to. I think we're okay.
Okay, cool. Well then how about this? Let me paint you a picture. First, I prepare my body. I get torched, like I'm swallowing my own puke. I eat a full bucket of fried chicken. I cry a little bit. I had a bad life. I prepare my tools. I rip 6 shots of well whiskey. I like to drink stuff that hurts. Shit that you get hungover as you drink it. Listen to my own band's music. We're like Limp Bizkit if everybody played drums. Then I show up to your house in the middle of the night, burn the fucking place down. Problem solved.
Ineffective. The target would likely wake up and flee the house.
I would prefer if my house was not destroyed.
300. I'll do it for 300. This is a private conversation, Dave. I'll scoot over. It's my buddy Dave. He's gonna fuck my whole shit up.
He's gonna fuck my whole shit up.
All right, so I just got this sword off the internet. It's a katana.
Dude, the thing you bought is a replica.
And I've been dying to try this baby.
There's no
out.
fucking way that you would be able to cut her head off with it.
I didn't say I was gonna chop her head off.
You're gonna look me in the eye and tell me that you weren't gonna try to chop her head off with your new sword.
Fine, I'm gonna try and cut her head
What
off.
did I tell you? I read his ass like a book.
If you wanted to cut your wife's head off, the most efficient way to do that.
I don't think we need to chop my wife's head off. I think we're good.
I'll drop my offer to $250 if you throw in your PS4. All right? You do that, I'll fucking pin her against a tree with my truck, sign style.
What is Signs style?
Sign style is the motion picture Signs, where Mel Gibson's wife gets kind of
Amazing.
squinched between a tree and a truck. I would do that to your wife. Her top half will live for a minute, but she'll die eventually.
Problem is, you're gonna ruin your truck if you do that.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I got a new idea. Y'all got a Roomba at your house? Do y'all got a Roomba at your house?
Yeah, we have a Roomba.
Jackpot. We rigged that son bitch with a big ass knife, have it bonk into her eyeball.
But she'd have to be like so low. She'd like have to be like laying on the ground.
Yes, she would need to be fucking low to the ground, but would you at least admit that if we could rig the knife on the fucking Roomba and get her low enough,
Get her down in a supine position on the floor and stab her in the eye with a Roomba.
that would be the perfect fucking crime.
That is the perfect crime on account of the new legislation and the fact that you can't charge a Roomba for murder.
You can't charge a Roomba with murder no more on account of the new legislation.
That just passed?
Just passed.
Mr. Smith, these men are
Why do you keep calling him Mr. Smith? His name's Brett Thompson.
Whoa! You don't need to be a dick. We didn't need to come over here.
Mr. Smith, if you decide to do this, you want it done right.
He sounds fucking sick. He sounds like John Wick.
If you want it done right, you'll hire a professional.
Hey, we'll do it for 200, but we get to make the new pledge eater.
Absolutely
not.
Cool. Thank
Worth a
you.
shot.
Thank you for the tier 1.
Final offer. $150, PS4. But you gotta let me wear a clown suit.
No.
You sure? It's not weird, it's just like a sexual thing.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You're talking about killing somebody. Like it's nothing. You're talking about killing Ellen Thompson, who you've known her entire life. For a PS4. That's not even the most current PlayStation. PS5 is. Yeah. This is fucking crazy. You guys sound fucking crazy.
You're right. I can't go through with this. Look, I don't think I'll be needing your services.
Where'd he go?
It's over there with the college kids.
You think you can kill someone with like this?
Why don't I show you?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out.
All right, we're going.
I don't know what got into me.
Oh no. And a PS5.
Oh, hey, Brett, where are you going?
Oh, hey.
Honey.
How'd drinks go with the new client?
Good. Bad. I think, yeah, it's over. It's not going through.
Aw.
Got out of there as soon as I could to see you. And what did you do tonight?
You're looking at it. Just caught up on my shows, read my book. I missed you.
I missed you too.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I'm gonna go put on some pajamas. I'm gonna join you.
Is he gonna get killed by a Roomba? Thank you for the prime.
Hey, hun. Did you manage to take those packages to the UPS store today?
No, I forgot. Hey, I'll do it first thing in the morning, okay?
Okay.
Can't do anything right. Always fucks it up. It's me. I want him fucking dead. How much again? Pretty reasonable. Yeah, that's way less than I thought. You'll get the PS4 when it's done.
Honey, I
pulled my back putting on my bottoms. I'm gonna go lie on the kitchen floor for a bit.
Okay, honey.
Roomba.
The perfect crime. On account of the new legislation.
Fantastic sketch. Fantastic sketch. All right, I don't know if we have Haas here. Haas, are you here? If you are here, could you give us a little bit of our old...
Hey Will, it's Cow here. Did you get the chance to watch Evil Dead Burn yet now that it's on digital? Was curious as to what your thoughts on it were.
Isn't it beautiful, Chad? Life is not a movie. It's not scripted, edited, or packaged for the screen. We are more than the moments we see in motion pictures.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I haven't eaten all day, so I just grabbed some food. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, We are doing a first watch tonight. This should be really fun. We're watching a movie called Listers, which was brought to my attention. It is a bird watching movie that basically is like crowdfunded. So afterward, I'll share their PayPal. They basically have like funded this movie through their PayPal. I'll make a donation myself, but I've heard this is excellent. And I'm doing a blind watch, and I thought it's perfect. So tonight we have no rules for this movie because it's just
Big
put
Dog
on
Guy,
YouTube
love
for
you
free
in
for
this
everyone.
chat.
So
Thanks for being
let's
here.
take a look.
Let's bird watch.
Some people kind of branch just recreational birding, and then some people branch into listing.
No rules? No, there are no rules because this isn't a typical movie night.
Why does the van need maintenance?
Because we put 30,000 miles on it.
Why did we put 30,000 miles on it?
Because we're trying to find as many birds as we can.
Why we're trying to find as many birds as we can?
That I don't know. I don't know the question to that, or the answer to that question yet.
She want me come in the front, she better cash for it. She want to explore my pants, I say clash for it. Old enough to be grabbed, so bank balance so and so she like to cook it like her. She goes black for it. I ain't like coming me class, I lean back for it. Then the credit card comes up and I'll be handing it out. Life for luxury, mature women touching me. Can't lie, say it. She impressed by the high school in the registry. She going for bomb, She going for bomb.
Thank you, Vintage Shops.
In the back, put some mouse on it. Then hang the person on the box.
What's up? This here would be my older brother Quentin. And last year he was diagnosed with a rare and aggressive form of early onset bird watcher. Highly contagious.
Oh, dude, he freaked me out.
I caught it too. What is this whole project you're working on?
No, this is going to be a guidebook about all the birds that we saw last year.
It's all going to be like accurate, scientifically accurate, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
One day I got
Did that
high
bird have boobs?
and found the family's bird guidebook, and I thought about how crazy it would be if you knew all the birds in that book. Just how insane that is.
You see, neither of us knew much about birds, and we didn't know much about bird watchers. I think like most people from the outside, when we saw them, we would take note about what they're wearing, or their age, or the stuff they're wearing. So, we decided we'd try the most extreme form of bird watching. Because
that's a great way to learn about something, is to try to just do it at like the highest level, you know?
A big year in birding is seeing as many species as you can in one calendar year. January 1st to December 31st.
Chat, real talk. Are there any real bird watchers in the chat that have done the big year?
Modifier is, well, where? So you could have a world big year, you could have an ABA area big year, you could have a lower 48 big year.
Someone did like a naked big year.
Yes, I did. Jimmy? You did you're a bird watcher? Oh, dude, I can't wait to ask you more questions after the movie.
Where they only counted birds that they saw while they were naked.
I'm from northern Wisconsin, so I got myself pretty used to being naked in cold weather for a while.
What?
I think I do better birding. I know I get closer to wildlife for some reason. I feel like I'm one with nature when I'm walking in the woods.
I feel like the lower 48 sort of ABA.
There was no crack. We're good.
The money of how many birds you can see in a year.
for the lower 48, the number to beat is 751.
Typical experience level of somebody who does a big year is usually way beyond your guys' level.
According to this study on extreme bird watchers, the type of person to compete in a big year has already been birding for 24 years and, on average, can identify a fuck ton of birds. We only knew a couple.
Yeah, I thought every time you see a little brown bird, it's called a chickadee. Like you got bald eagle, you got the cardinal, you got the great blue heron, and then you got, those are just chickadees, you know?
The rules of this game are pretty simple. The bird must be in the lower 48 or up to 200 miles offshore. The bird must be one of the species deemed countable by the American Birding Association. The bird must be alive, wild, and unrestrained. And the bird must be seen, heard, or documented. It's all based on the honor system. And we lived the entire year on the road inside a 2010 Kia Sedona, doing nothing but look at birds for the whole year.
What?
That looks about right.
Thanks for the bribe. I am immediately in on the premise. I'm immediately in on the premise.
A big part of this whole deal is eBird. Birdwatchers have a little e-boner for this software. It's a crowdsourced logbook where you list every bird that you saw and you check where everyone else is seeing theirs. And of course, there's a leaderboard. They run a tight ship over at eBird.
One of the first times we submitted a checklist on eBird, thought we saw a golden eagle. One of the eBird cops got back at us pretty much immediately and let us know it was a red-shouldered hawk.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what that is. Translucent, buffy.
Chat, be honest. Does anybody have an eBird account? Please tell me we have at least one eBird account in here.
Primary crescents. All right.
That was kind of our awakening to, what this is.
What are we cranking on here?
Fucking A, we're cranking on shorebirds right now, and I did study up last night. I did look in the book at all the, the doe witchers, the short-billed this, the long-billed that, this kind of sandpiper, the fucking semi this, the greater that, plover, it's gonna be tough, but that's what we're here for.
Someone on the outside might think all these shorebirds are just little brown birds that all look identical to each other. And they're right. That's kind of the whole thing.
That really could be our guy. Tiny, brownish sandpiper.
It was piping sand, wasn't it?
That thing was piping sand all day.
We would just take a picture of a bird that we saw that we're like, that one's got to be new. I'm pretty sure that one's different. We would just take so many pictures of birds, and then at night in the minivan in the parking lot, we would just go over our findings, our data, and we would make confident identifications, and we would report our findings on eBird.
No black, no black, no black. Now what is that on the tip of the bill there?
That's a little bit of black.
That's a little bit of black.
Now, this is some X-Files shit right here.
This is.
I think that's 4 white tail feathers.
Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Let's run that back again.
It's
dark. Got a dark bill.
Got that weird kind of wonky bill there.
Like any subculture, birding comes with its own lingo. And at the top of that list, lifer.
Lifer! I'm trying to get lifers for my lifer list.
My lifer! No lifer!
Just got my lifer black swift.
A lifer is when someone sees a bird for the first time, but my problem with it is that it always makes it about the person, right? It's never about the bird that they see. They're
It's
just like, oh, I got 10
never
lifers
about
on
the
this
bird.
trip.
I just got my lifer cave swallow. Woohoo!
But it's exciting when you see a new bird. I don't think that's something to disregard.
Yeah! Woohoo!
Roll that up.
Every time you find something you haven't seen before, there's this feeling of discovery, and like, sure, like, yeah, it's probably been documented before and maybe not be a true discovery in the sense of like never been seen, but like for you in the moment, yeah, it's a discovery. You're seeing something new to you that is you've never been able to witness before.
Nowhere is this more clear than the comment section of an eBird checklist.
You'll see people describing a bird with, sometimes full paragraphs. They describe it like it's a huge scientific finding and they're reporting it for the first time. And like, this is going back to the president. This is Lewis and Clark sending their findings back to Thomas Jefferson.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
They are
cool.
fun
That
to
bird
read.
was piping
He
sand.
first noted the
sand.
facial features. It appeared large-headed with a rather large conical bill. The head was washed green, and the bird showed a narrow but distinct eye ring. Excluding the nape, the upper parts appeared nearly scalloped. The pattern sort of strikes me as resembling an ear of corn.
Maybe
Yellow throat patch.
Little yellow throat patch. Definitely full-bodied, like heavy-bodied.
Heavy-bodied, conspicuous blue streaking.
Yeah. Conspicuous smell to it too. I mean,
What are your thoughts on birding right now?
well, birding's fine, honestly. It's just van life, dude.
I think a lot of people romanticize living in a vehicle. And, the mountains are calling and I must go. And it's not exactly like that. It really sucks, actually.
Here we are in the van. What are we doing right now? We're taping up the windows here so the cocksuckers can't get in.
Oh my God, no.
nook and cranny. It's like you need airflow. You still need air to survive.
Not getting it tonight.
And it's 100 fucking degrees all the time.
Haven't showered in 10 fucking
Haven't
days.
showered in 10 days. Smell like a sewer. Mosquitoes are eating my ass.
Oh my God.
Fuck
Why are they
this.
so
No
committed to
airflow.
birding?
Dude, this is bird watching?
Dude, holy fuck. Mosquitoes love to be inside your van.
Thank you, Dog Milk.
Quentin and I are road trip veterans, decorated lieutenants, and we have one rule: never pay to sleep. But when you're hours from public land where the forests have been traded for strip malls, you've got to get creative.
Thank you for calling Cracker Barrel. 31st Memorial. This is Kendrick. How may I help you?
I was wondering what your guys' policy was on overnight parking.
So we allow it. I think it's, I don't know how many days you can stay, but I know we do allow it.
Do you have to eat in the restaurant in order to be?
Nope, you don't have to eat at all. You just pull on up. You'll be all good.
The Cracker Barrel parking lot. Last year we spent 42 nights under the warm neon hum of the barrel.
My tummy kind
It's a place where you can study the full range of human plumage. No binoculars needed.
It's fucking 5:30 a.m. It's been about 40 minutes of him screaming on the phone. This is how I woke up.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
so they evacuated the Cracker Barrel, and we think somebody died inside. Either there was a murder or the country gravy got somebody.
The country gravy will
From the
get you.
grits to the gallows, you know?
While in Florida, we took the opportunity to study the mindset we would need to hang with the big dogs.
No, we don't sleep in our car.
We're too old.
No.
Gosh, they've got just about every record down pat. They're the top birders in the U.S. and everywhere.
And actually, going back to our accomplishments, actually, one thing I actually forgot. Nobody has more photographs
Can I
of
see you
birds
this week /
in
weekend?
the United States than Tammy and I.
Yes,
We're
you
the
can.
only people to go
Oh,
over
wait, no, you-
700
well,
birds 6 times.
maybe Sunday.
And we did it 6 consecutive years in a row.
I'm
like
going
I said,
out of
we've
town
been
for a
number
bit.
1 in the ABA several times. We've
But
been
next
number
week,
1
yeah.
in the lower 48.
I miss you, Noko.
Been number 2 a couple times too.
I love you,
And-
Which kills him, I want you to know. Just kills him. If there was a competition for who brushed their teeth the best, he would enter the competition and win. I mean, he loves competitions. So
I'm consistently ranked number one in our office and in our area. For my occupation, our light show is the biggest light show in Southwest Florida. So it's just part of my nature. I mean, I can't help it. That's how I am.
How did the light show start? How did you get started doing the light show?
And there was a house in Cape Coral, a town near us, that kind of had a production light show to music. And he was like, hold on a minute, I got to go talk to this guy. And I thought, oh, no.
Neil Monkman is hard at work, putting the finishing touches on what he says will be the largest Christmas light display in Southwest Florida.
You have a better light show now than that guy?
Yes.
Yes. Of course.
Oh my God.
I'm not even sure that gentleman still does a light.
Actually, I think last year might have been his last year.
Black skimmer. Dude, I've never even seen most of these burbs before.
In the beginning, we didn't know what was rare and what was common. We made a 40-minute detour to get our lifer great-tailed grackle. Turns out they live in every gas station dumpster west of the Mississippi.
Great-tailed grackle.
Hell, they're even in the gas stations.
Attaway. There we go. Beautiful.
You got that grackle.
Beautiful. Get the door for this, man. That's good work.
That's good work, man. That's good. That's not your first time doing it.
Do you know what type of bird that is?
Yeah, it's just a little black bird.
We were blind out there, but then we got let in on the secret. The rare bird email chain.
A rare bird native to South America has been spotted in downtown Corpus Christi, and it has dozens of bird enthusiasts flocked into the area to try and catch a glimpse.
Just out here catching a rare bird, and it's never the place you think it'd be in the woods or anything like that. This time it's at an oyster bar. So.
Oh.
And again, this is a bird that's Brazil.
Brazil.
Supposed to be in Brazil.
It's
again,
not in Brazil.
Not in Brazil. This is Corpus Christi, Texas, unfinished city. Lots of construction. I like to call it Porcus Crispy, Texas. I think they do a lot of barbecue.
Porcus Crispy. What is that? Yellow-crowned night heron? That was a monster. Whoa, lark sparrow.
I don't mean to sound the alarm, but I think we may have just hit 200.
200 bird. 200.
I gotta get on eBird
The best bird watching in
with
the country.
Lemon. We
It's
gotta
near
go
the southern border.
bird watching.
Where Big Brother has a pair of binoculars himself.
Oh.
South Texas, southern Arizona, home to birds you won't find anywhere else.
The more you know, man.
I thought it was like a rare bird or something.
Yeah, for real. I remember talking to one guy and he was like, yeah, you'll have trouble seeing them. He was like, yeah, they're hard to see. It's like, I guess not.
They're just coming out of the woodwork.
They're fucking making them here.
Where are we meeting these guys?
Undisclosed
We're
location
gonna meet
to
them
see
at
a
grocery
rare
store parking lot,
owl.
of course.
Stop.
I mean, every good deal I've ever done has gone down in a parking lot.
This is like a drug deal.
So Farouche pygmy owl is a really, really cool bird. It's actually my phone background.
Oh, sick.
And it's one of the smallest owls native to the United States. I think it's only bigger than elf owl and northern pygmy owl.
If you stand in one spot down here for more than a couple of minutes, someone with a badge is bound to show up. Telling them you're looking for a ferruginous pygmy owl, that's not helping.
Kind of all receded back into the King Ranch.
Ferruginous!
And if you want to go
Bro,
see one on there,
I swear to
costs you
God, I swear to you, the next time I get caught doing something illicit, I'm going to go, no, I'm not buying drugs. I'm looking for a ferruginous pygmy owl in this parking lot. Have you heard of it? Dude, I feel like you can MK Ultra someone's brains. You know what I mean? Like hearing ferruginous pygmy owl, they're just immediately like set back to default. Like they have to like T-pose. You know what I mean? They're just like, but like if someone hit me with, no, I'm not doing what you're saying. I'm looking for a ferruginous pygmy owl. I'd be like, oh yeah, for sure. It's ferruginous. I need to what ferruginous. The word is actually ferruginous. Ferruginous. What does ferruginous mean? What does ferruginous mean? Ferruginous. Ferruginous. What does it mean? What does ferruginous mean? Ferruginous means containing, made of, or related to iron, or having reddish brown rust color. Oh my God, dude. I'm going to use that in my normal life. Nothing is ever brown anymore. Nothing is ever rust colored anymore. It's ferruginous. Ferruginous.
receded back into the King Ranch. And if you want to go see one on there, it costs you a $1 or $2. So we're gonna go see one for free.
If we don't know whose vehicle it is and it's been longer than an hour, I tend to notify management, and then management's pretty good about calling tow truck safety.
How long have you been homeschooled?
Oh man, like a year? No, like 3 years
Prodigy
actually.
of bird watching.
Nice.
And it's specifically so you can go birding more
Yes,
often.
sir, dude.
How many birds have you seen in your life?
Like 900 species, something like that. Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, ferruginous. Ferruginous. Oh, ferruginous. Ferruginous. Oh, ferruginous.
For me, a big year really pushes you into the scavenger hunt mode of birding, where you're trying to get out and find as much as possible. Gets me to go to new places and places that I probably wouldn't necessarily otherwise go to, like random sewage pond in the middle of nowhere or super remote canyon up some long gravel road. Like I wouldn't just find myself in those places unless I was looking for that one specific bird.
Just got the news here that we're in the top 100 birders in the country right now.
No.
Look at that, number 99.
Yo!
Let's fucking go!
The ferruginous put him over the top.
A less common owl, the
Minnesota.
snowy owl,
Oh,
nests near the Arctic Circle. Only during severe winters do these owls go southward as far as the United States, and then usually only as far as the northern states.
Wow. That bird is fucking majestic. Dude, owls are so cool. Dude, when someone finally told me that owls are stupid, it made me really sad. Apparently owls are dumb, and I always like, that's like the one animal that I just assumed. I was like, dude, owls are smart as fuck, dude. People were like, nah, dude, corvins are smart. And I was like, crows? They're like, yeah, crows are smart as fuck. Owls are dumb as fuck. I was like, no, dude, stop. It turned my world upside down.
The Saxon Bog itself has actually been a very well-known place to see northern owls and winter finches for decades, but there was no protection. This was just a vast area, 300 square miles of just county land, state land. Black spruce logging was increasing, and we
You just ruined my night? No, okay, I'll make your night better. Okay, do what I do. No one knows that I do this, but I do this. I take crackers in my pocket every time I walk Farley, and now the crows in my neighborhood fucking love me because they're smart. I throw crackers to them every time. I smush them up and I go, wah, as I walk by. And now every time they see me, they go, ah, ah, ah. I take a thing of unsalted peanuts and some hard-boiled eggs. No, I just take some crackers.
This place needs a voice. And so we started Friends of Saxon Bog in 2011, decided to buy up as much land as we could, and now we're at about 25,000 acres preserved for future generations.
I hope you don't use salted crackers. No, I don't. No, I use the little ones that they have for like charcuterie trays because we had one left over. It's just like the thin, like they're like thin and they're long, and it's like buckwheat or like multigrain.
Birds and birders, and by birds I mean every living thing, and by birders I mean every human.
There's a bird tour guide up there.
Yeah, so you want to just find the bird tour guide vans, and you just want to stay on their ass.
Yeah.
And when they pull over, you pull over.
A lot of people who get some of those bigger numbers often rely on guides.
Those
bastards. Is he moving up?
He's moving on. We
All right.
move on.
Follow the bird van. This is how to get
He's tailing the fucking bird tour guides. That's crazy.
a guide without paying for one.
That's right.
If you're not doing it with a guide, you can almost automatically deduct 100 species from your list. Although, eBird has helped with that, but guides can make you more efficient.
Oh, he's gonna turn around.
He's trying to lose us. Yep. He knows.
Are you serious? This is some kind of nature birding tour van, and it beeps really loud when you.
That's insane. Birding tours, photo workshops. Beep. It'd be so fun if we saw just go into the ditch.
Beep, beep, beep.
I'm backing up.
All right, back on the tail of this guy.
All right.
It seemed like we followed this van all year long, and eventually we had to meet the driver.
And then we looked in the rearview mirror, and you guys are like tracking us around, going up and down this road. And we went up and down this road at Saxon Bog like 12 times. Then right when it got too dark to look for birds or use your binoculars, then finally a great gray owl popped up behind a row of trees. So like shit look.
I love that this guy is so hype on birds that he's not even mad that they've been tailing him
Your
for like a
Joker is
year.
Spot on, man.
Thank
R.I.P.
you.
Heath.
Thank you. Thank you. I love that they've been tailing him for like a year, poaching bird sites
Over
off
here,
him,
neck whammy.
and he's not even mad about it. He just wants to talk about birds. That's a purist. Thank you, the potato salad.
In a scope, but we all got it.
And we did not tip him, did we?
Fuck. Thrasher?
Oh, dude, could be that thrasher.
Barely know her. The Sage Thrasher. So I've said it, I've said it for you.
Okay, so we're 24 minutes into this movie, and I do just want to say, I think there's some wisdom in this film of like, time is very precious. And sometimes in life, you have to charge ahead without really knowing what you're doing and figure it out later. But charge ahead with the most vigor you possibly can. And like, there's something to be said about the fact that these guys knew nothing about birding. thought it was cool, decided to do it at the highest level, made a documentary for funsies, literally didn't have 2 nickels to rub together, and now have become crowd-funded filmmakers that are working on subsequent projects. Thank you so much. Because their bird watching movie has been performing so well. So like, I always say this, like whatever you're going to do it hard. Just like Mike Piazza, if he was gay. That's a deep reference. But truly, like, I think there's some real wisdom here to just like launching and like going and living your life as best you can. Those cameras are money. Dude, if you know any filmmaker, they probably already had those cameras, 1, and they were probably in debt for buying those cameras, 2, and they probably had underused them to that point, 3. Every person I know that got a film degree put their credit card on their put their camera on their credit card because they're like, I need a camera, bought a fucking expensive one with a bunch of glass, and then never used it. So honestly, I understand that, but like there are probably a lot of filmmakers in here right now with expensive gear that is collecting fucking dust. I was one of those until I started streaming.
Years, you go to the dispensary and good things happen.
What the that quail was awesome. I feel both caught and seen. Dude, don't feel bad. It's anyone who studied film in college. We all did it. We put a fucking camera on our credit card and then we let it gather dust. And the first time that we ever wanted to make something, we rented a different camera because our friend convinced us that our fucking Blackmagic wasn't enough for a professional production. So we went to fucking wooden nickel cameras and we rented one anyway. Okay, we all did it. We all fucking did it, man. We were all there. You're not special. We all did the same fucking stupid thing. Wow, the gray hawk.
You hear that? Because I hear that. Hold on, let me see the app.
Not knowing any of these bird calls, we relied on eBird's cousin, Merlin, to tell us what we heard.
Merlin?
It's made for beginners like ourselves. Serious bird watchers don't touch the stuff. It's like using training wheels.
That's definitely a new bird.
And boy, we used the shit out of our training.
This is fucking Spotify for bird calls. That is fucking insane.
Training wheels. But sometimes your training wheels aren't available for 3 days.
Shazam, my bad.
Because they have to migrate their database.
It completes our checklist for the first
It's by MIT. That tracks.
day of the Ivy League bird software blackout. We're just hoping it's over soon. Just do it the old-fashioned way.
I mean, truthfully, in my opinion, the guys that birded before eBird, their records were impressive. I mean,
because they didn't have technology. I mean, you called a hotline.
I found an old book with a bunch of these bird hotline phone numbers.
No, is he gonna call bird hotline?
All of them.
The number you dialed is not in service. Please check the number and dial again.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
Hello?
Hey, is this the...
Bro, I love that he didn't even take the fucking the bubbler out of the fucking out of the interview shot. He's got 2 of them.
The main rare bird alert phone number?
I think I clocked this guy perfectly. These are film school guys that had a bunch of filmmaking equipment and they're like, fuck it, we'll do bird watching. That's awesome.
Oh my god, no. The bird thing
has been gone for like over 20 years now.
Hello? Is this the Texas Rare Bird Alert?
Texas. And the only one that answered was in Ohio.
No.
You reached the Bobolink Area Bird Hotline. Highlights are further afield where a group-built Awney was found in Lorain County this afternoon. That's only the fourth record in Ohio and the first one since 1981. Norman Miller had 11 flyover white pelicans yesterday. Leroy Miller had a flyover.
Find this person and protect them. If you find this guy in Ohio, if you figure out who this man is, he needs to be protected at all costs. He is the last samurai, dude. He is holding the line. Somewhere in Ohio, one man is logging rare bird updates via the phone. Yes.
Black-crowned night heron on the second, and Alvin Miller had a redneck phalarope along Country Road 371.
A lot of Millers.
On the first, that was only a one-day wonder. That's all I have for now. If you have any birds to report, please leave a message after the beep. Thank you.
Now, why is this line still open? And why is everyone's name Miller? After a couple more...
He's Amish. He's got to be Amish.
More phone calls, I got some answers.
Well, there's a lot of Amish in this area that don't use...
Yes, dude! Yes, dude! Oh, dude, that's awesome!
Z-bird.
Are you Amish?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to get you in trouble by talking on the phone, am I?
No.
Why is bird watching so popular in the Amish community?
Well, it's better than a lot of other sports, isn't it?
Real, sister, real.
Well, they have good farms and they still do like the hedgerow and good rotation and like keep patches of good habitat because they hunt and just respect the wildlife. So Amish people have turned up incredible rare birds and their culture is just more tied to the land and observing nature.
I think it's absolutely embarrassing that you need to take 3 days of downtime to migrate your database.
I think he's probably looking for better software.
He's looking anywhere he can. I could probably dig down to the water table and find better software.
With the bird software still down, we looked to others for guidance.
We heard this man calling from a ways away, just help, help.
Oh no.
Just kind of in the distance, and we look over and it's a guy with binoculars in a powered wheelchair, but he's stuck in the mud.
No.
And so we go over to help him.
No
and we push
way.
him out, and in exchange for pushing him out and specifically not telling his wife. He told us a lot about birds. He
I wonder if they negotiated that deal before or after he was out of the mud. I wonder if they found that guy and he's like, oh, help me, please. Get me out of it. And they're like, oh, dude, all right, yeah, we can help you. What do you know about birds, dude? Listen, Larry, we can help you out of that dirt, bro, but you got to tell us where that red-breasted henny finch is, dude. I know you. I see the binoculars around your neck, Carl. I see those binoculars, dude. What you doing out here? You know where those birds are? Oh, please. No, I can't tell you where the red-breasted finch is. That's my lifer. You're going to do it, Carl, or you're going to die out here.
told us about the elegant trogon, which was a bird we'd never even heard of. Just saw it.
Slashes the tires on the powered wheelchair. You did this to yourself, Carl.
The Trojan?
Just saw the elegant Trojan. Beautiful bird. Shout out Bill. Thanks, Bill.
Oh, it's Bill, not Carl. There he goes.
red stars? No way. Dude, can you imagine a year ago?
Diner scene to this day.
If you would just
That thing is beautiful. Red start. Painted red start. That bird is sick.
saw yourself going, oh, it's a painted red star. Oh my God.
The boys just hit 300. And at this point, we're thinking, are there better bird watchers than us? I remember you asking me, you said, is there any birds you're really dying to see? And I think I pretty much immediately said Montezuma quail. Because I'd seen this picture in the book.
These dudes 1,000,000% work in film. 1,000,000% work in film, documentary film. He's got the fucking drawing pad. Yeah.
I mean, look at this fucking thing.
There it is. That's probably good right there.
What is that?
Look at those things, dude. That thing's crazy looking. Montezuma quail. Oh my God. Let it eat. Cut it up.
I'd run through a brick wall for that bird.
Yeah. Well, look who decided to show up. Bird softer's back.
Oh, shit. What? Stay out, stay alive?
It might be this one due to the amount of bird shit.
The barn owl. Dude, that is like the owl. That thing's face is so like magic. Ash-throated flycatcher. Anna's hummingbird? Who's this bitch Anna and why did she get a bird? That's actually so sick. I'm so jealous. This thing is just called Anna's hummingbird. That's so badass. Bronzed cowbird. Wait, what was the word for rust colored again? Fuck. What, like lugubrious is fuck. It was fernugious. Fuck. Fernugious? I can't. Ferruginous. Yes.
In California, we picked up some help. Our buddy Joel. Has he ever been birdwatching before? Of course not. But he sure can write a poem.
Searching for birds in the desert where the sun is bright and warm. One hand on my knocks, while the other rests upon my great horn. Birds with bright colors, soft hoots, and unique hollers. But if you want to look at them, it's gonna cost you $17. Tits, cocks, suckers, and boobies are filling the air.
Oh my God.
Traveling to and from in a Kia Sedona, condition good to fair.
Oh my God. That was a hell of a poem. Oh, wait. Did they get to first place?
There was this name at the top of the list, this kid. He just came out of nowhere, and we were like, well, who the heck is this guy? You know, we gotta get a hold of this guy.
Ezekiel Dobson.
Birding's super competitive. A lot of people don't realize it, but there's so many people out there, you know, trying to break records every year.
Ezekiel is chasing the Stoll's record of 751 birds.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a shot at that. If a lot of rarities show up and I get lucky and get them, you know, then I could have a shot. But things just haven't been sticking this year. Usually they're like there for one day and they're gone.
It's been a pretty lousy, really couple of years that we've had. This is like the first year we don't have a Bahama mockingbird in Florida. That Tammy and I don't. You know, we haven't had a Zenaida dove in several years. We haven't had a Key West.
Oh no. Are they going to remind us that our fucking planet is dying? Oh, fuck.
Quail dove in several years. A Cuban peewee in several years. A lot of
Oh God, the Cuban peewee in the mine. Everybody knows that expression. Fuck.
face scratch quit we haven't had in 3 or 4 years. So that has not helped Ezekiel out, hasn't helped us out.
Just whenever it's really slow for birds and gets like depressing outside, I just notice like God's creation around me, and that always like brightens my day. And even when
Devout Christian.
I drive, like say 16 hours and miss a bird, it's still like this amazing place. Like yesterday I was just walking the beaches of Northern Cal, and it was like so beautiful, and I was like, God, thank you so much for like creating this, that I can just walk here and be in your creation. So yeah.
The only negative side of birding I've really encountered directly is people that are like hyper competitive. Like, when I've been doing a big year, people that will like know I'm doing a big year and like keep like not telling me about bird sightings. Like, oh, I saw this bird, but like, I'm not going to tell you.
To explore how competitive bird listening can be, we've secretly recorded what they say behind each other's backs.
And she's got the county record for the most birds seen. She's #1 every year.
No, that would piss me off. That would piss me off. If someone was cheating about doing birding, yeah, that would piss me off. That would piss me off.
We've actually caught her posting big photographs.
Putting the sensor blur on the dog is actually fucking crazy.
And my buddy found the exact same photograph on her Instagram account.
No, okay, she's actually cheating. They actually caught her. Wait, this isn't talking shit. This is real tea.
2016. There's been vagrants that they've found out about and then haven't told anyone else, when the entire rest of the country helps them get on birds. Well, you know why? Is he has friends in the review committee.
No.
It would be rejected in 5 minutes.
No.
If birding is really competitive, why don't people just cheat?
Don't think anybody would fess up to it, but no, I'm not a stringer. Stringing is basically making up birds and stuff like that, counting things you didn't see.
Stringing?
Stretching your, lists.
There's one incident that's become a thing of legend in the birding community.
Swallowgate? Oh. I can't believe this.
Swallowgate. And it goes a little something like this. A 16-year-old birdwatcher reported North Carolina's first ever sighting of a violet-green swallow, along with a photo. The sighting was unanimously accepted by the North Carolina Bird Records Committee. I found their constitution on
North Carolina Bird Records Committee. Holy shit.
Online. It's 6,171 words. The United States Constitution is only 4,543 words.
Flash forward a couple years later, and the person who
I'm a lawyer of bird law.
claimed to find the violet green swallow was doing a big year in North Carolina, and we're getting like reports from all these people of like just weird stuff going on, like the person claiming to be in places and they're not end up being places.
There are some of us scratching our heads.
Not pointing any fingers.
With word being that you're in Florida after Christmas through the end of the year.
Like the logistics just not working out, and him finding all these weird birds like on the very last day to break the record. It's like, well, I suppose that's possible, but it seems very unlikely.
The current NC record holder is
piece of shit stringer. Listen, I will tell you this. You would have a better time trying to falsify, like setting a record in the NFL than you would doing one in bird watching. And I'll tell you why. 50% of this community probably has autism. And they aren't going to make mistakes. You are going up against, I'm a numbers guys. And if you can be caught, if you fuck up and leave a trail, they're going to get you. Okay? My autistic friends in this community, they're thorough. Let me tell you. And they're passionate about their hobbies. They're going to fucking get you, dude.
curious as to how you pulled these 5 out of the hat.
And so in my head, I'm thinking, if he would do that, maybe there's something weird about this violet green swallow. So 2 years later, I start digging around.
And digging around they did. The investigators put together a
Here
thorough
it
document
comes.
of evidence to refute the record.
So I decided, well, I'll download his photo and check the timestamp. And the date was from May. And not only from May, but from a week in May when it was well known on Facebook that he had been in Colorado, where violet green swallows are common.
I had friends that worked at natural history museums, and what we discovered was that these swallows have this really unique molt. They molt once a year in late summer. This person had photographed the violet green swallow in October.
127.
As they claim.
Well, it should have had fresh feathers. It should have been finished molting and being very fresh plumage.
The violet green swallow record was rescinded, and the birder was
Wow.
blacklisted from the community.
Blacklisted. He's gone.
Fast forward a couple years.
A North Carolina man is fighting for his life this morning after being bitten by his pet king cobra.
While the guy's in a coma fighting for his life, some of the local bird watchers took to the chat group, and they have a long memory.
You play with fire, you get burned by fire.
Harsh.
I called him out on his fake big ear. This is pure karma. Turns out I was.
They are not wishing death on this man for stringing. They are wishing death on him. Bro, you do not fuck with nerdy hobbies, bro. Do not. Holy shit.
Is he still a bird watcher?
He's not part of the birding community at all.
I managed to get in touch with the guy. I wanted to hear his side of the story
No.
14 years later.
No.
He's actually kind of the man, and I'm convinced he really saw the bird. All he asked for was his identity to remain anonymous.
Man, all that was so stupid, but boiled down mostly to me being a young kid, 16 I think, and finding a really good bird. The whole bird community being what it was at the time, sort of toxic and high pressure, had me freaked out over trying to prove it, and I used a pic of one I had taken somewhere else out west to verify the record. Definitely not a great thing to do, and nothing I'll ever defend now. But the teenage brain just doesn't really work like that. I just remember thinking that the alternative was being scrutinized by a bunch of people who I was already intimidated by, and that seemed like a good enough reason. The fallout was what you'd expect, kind of shocked at the immaturity from people twice my age or more, because now as a 29-year-old I can't imagine being like that to a 16-year-old.
Is it funny? Is it a funny story to you?
Is it funny?
I mean, it's all
It's not fucking funny.
kind of ridiculous, right?
We like to think we have an honor system, and when somebody breaks the honor system, that's pretty serious.
No. Oh my God, he actually saw the bird. That's crazy. That is crazy, bro. Okay. You could study the psychology of just this incident. You could study the psychology of just this incident. A 16-year-old claims he sees a bird in North Carolina. He gets panicked because they say you don't have video evidence and that bird is not from that area. He presents a photo that he has from his home taken earlier of the same bird. He's blacklisted from the community at 16 to the point that they were praying for his death. And then 5 years later, the bird actually shows up in North Carolina. That is fucking crazy. That is like mob mentality shit. That's LSF shit. Holy fuck.
The route through Missouri is also known as the Mississippi Flyway.
The Mississippi Flyway migratory path.
It's a wood thrush.
That thing is beautiful. I mean, just listen to it.
That thing's nice as hell, dude.
Appreciating bird song is not gay, okay? Dude, warblers.
Thanks for clearing that up.
I mean, you're lucky if they stay in one place for more than a second or two. You're looking for a tiny little bird way up in the tree behind some leaves, and it's constantly moving, bouncing around. You know, you're gonna have a sore neck.
You
know what type it is?
Bud. The way it's holding its wings.
Are these people making fun of birding or are they actually into it? I can't tell. Oh, no, they're into it. They're 100% into it. Here's the thing. I think they are filmmakers who got into it because they heard about the big year, right? This idea that you spend a year bird watching and they're like, oh, this is cool. And a lot of documentary filmmakers, what they do is they launch themselves in and they try and like experience it natively, right? So I think they are enjoying it. The one thing I would have you keep in mind, these guys probably smoke as much weed as they birdwatch. Because if you are doing an interview shot and you leave not one, but two bubblers in the frame, you do some heavy weed smoking. So I think what you might be mistaking for them like making fun of the hobby is them just absolutely rip shit stoned.
It's holding its wings like theater kids hold their arms. Buddy, we fucking suck at this, eh? Yeah, that's it.
We don't know any of the songs.
I didn't even know that was a bird. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never even heard of that one before.
Yellow-throated vireo. I didn't hear a little bird moving.
Yeah, I see the movement. There it is. There it is. Not as beautiful as Scarlett Johansson, but beautiful.
Nothing, almost nothing beats her. That's bird number 400 on the ear.
Anything where you're in dense forest and it's all based on hearing a little chip or a song and trying to track it down, that's the toughest stuff.
We didn't know the calls or songs of any of these birds pouring in from South America, except one. Just after dusk, high overhead, we'd hear this familiar sound. It reminded us of soccer practice in the evenings as kids. It was a deep memory buried somewhere in my tiny little peanut brain. As Coach Jack Sett's team was steamrolling our way to our third straight title, these birds were there the whole time.
It's fucking tight is what it is.
Yeah, that common nighthawk is a nice one.
It's a nice one.
It's a dick sissy.
You can just call it that and it's cool.
That bird is called a dick sissy?
About it?
It's the name.
It's not mad. It doesn't get mad.
Dick sissy. It's not a slur. It's the name of a bird.
What's up, dick sissy?
Birds have funny names, and a lot of them are changing.
Birds in North America will no longer be named after people. The American Ornithological
Bullshit.
Society says they're renaming dozens of birds in an effort to eliminate ties to racism.
Some are gonna hurt, but
Wait, that's okay. I immediately retract my step. Wait, what? What are these people's names? What are these people's names? Oh, that bird is named after that character from Huckleberry Finn. Oh, which one? Jim something. He's on the raft with him. I don't know his name. I can't think. He's on the raft with Huckleberry Finn. What's his name again? I don't know. You tell me. Something out of... Jim Crow, you definitely didn't have to read Huckleberry Finn in school like I did. I still remember to this day having to read a section of that book out loud in front of the class in my school in fucking New York and being like, Huck and his friend on the raft. We had to read that fucking book in school. It wasn't my fucking choice. My teacher made us say it too. Yes, dude.
It's all the right thing. Yeah. And just makes no sense and doesn't, and it's another thing where you're not giving the bird any credit. Like Cooper's hawk, it has nothing to do with the bird.
It's a polarizing topic. People feel very strongly
Was Jay
one way
Dilla there? I don't think he was in that class.
or the other.
It makes sense to create a more open and welcoming birding community because the more women and people of color.
It's an important gym, or it's an important book. Yeah, but can we just release an edited version where the guy's name is just Jim? He's just Jim. You know what I mean? Can we just get an edited version of the book where it's like, hey, Huckleberry Finn and his buddy Just Jim. Let's just call it Just Jim. No, that's censorship, man. But I mean, maybe we should stop having kids read it in school. It's just I was not emotionally prepared for it.
Diverse community. Diverse and a white male bird, white supremacist that had slaves, bigoted or intolerant. I've been vegan for 20 years. Sexism, racism are problems in American culture.
Yeah.
Older male, whiter birders. I think maybe I'm stereotyping. They're not all bad. I meet a lot of like old white guy birders who are like super friendly and fighting. Some of my closest friends are old white men.
Some people don't feel that way. Some people want it to be how it's always been. Some people want it to be like the old way, the good old days, you know?
I hate it. I don't like change. And I hate it that it has to mess with my likelihood, my likelihood, really. I mean, I don't like it.
We want, like, anybody to feel like they could be part of this. If this is like a...
Okay, guys, for the sake of research, does anybody know what the racist bird names are? Are these names really, are there that many racist bird names still? I'm totally lost. I literally thought there were maybe 100 breeds of birds, species of birds in our country. You know what I mean? I didn't know there were so many subclasses. This must be a huge issue.
Barrier to people feeling welcome, which I think for a lot of people it is, then it's like, let's get rid of it.
You might as well change them just because it's like, instead of being
Guy
called
we met by a hummingbird
like
feeder.
Allen's hummingbird or whatever, you know, the random names are, you might as well have a descripting name.
Oh. They're saying not that the bird's name is racist, but that the guy who named the bird was a racist. I literally thought like that the names were crazy. You know what I mean? American changes will name English names set up after people. Okay. Okay, so they were named after racists. Got it. Okay. That makes way more sense to me now.
So that it's easier for people that are getting into it.
No, it's both? Heyman's flycatcher is named after a U.S. Surgeon General that was a racist activist. Okay. What do you mean it's both? What do you mean it's both? So there are birds right now with racist names? Oh my God, Jim. It's the hard R sparrow right there. It's so rare. I've never seen a hard R sparrow. What are these fucking birds' names, man? Bird Forum. No. No, no, that cannot be a fucking bird's name. That. That can't be a bird's name. Why would they do this? Why would they do this? Can't believe they did this, man. That bird watching is crazy. Is that even a German word? I'm German. I've never heard that word. What the fuck?
And we're after the white rump sandpiper.
That's what we're after.
Somebody named Dorothy online had about
It's Latin based? Oh, thank God. Oh, okay. Oh, thank Christ.
7 of them here. You know, this isn't why people get into bird watching. This is for the love of the game. This is shorebirds. They all look the same. Trying to pick one out from the bunch of brown little birds. You're next to an interstate. There's a cheap, fun, dirt cheap liquor store over there. There's a homeless guy picking.
Oh my God. What is happening?
Berries probably 100 yards that way.
I don't know, they're like some type of berry.
Yeah,
we can eat them, I think.
Are they good eating?
Yeah, you can eat them. They won't make you sick. Look, it's all over my hands. See the berries?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's berries in these. You can eat them. They won't make you sick.
What will make you sick is how far this little bird has to travel just to get some cloaca. Damn near the whole globe twice a year. And they don't take very many rest stops. What a poor choice of rest stop this one made.
Okay, here's one of our guys in question. The pattern.
Okay.
The streaks, and you'll see the streaks, they continue all the way down the body.
All right.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
You'd agree?
Yeah.
Based on these pixels.
I like the way you're selling it. Yeah, it's streaky.
And this is actually the image I'm most excited to show you. All these other birds got ass cracks. This one here, not even a hint of an ass crack.
Crackless ass, baby.
That's a crackless ass bird.
What bird are you drawing today?
Today I'll be drawing the least bittern.
Although this bird is common, it takes luck and patience to see one.
Which is a bird that we had a pretty good chance to see in Phoenix, but we met a guy who was drinking vodka at the park at 9 a.m., so we kind of got distracted. We needed to talk to him.
I like every goddamn bird in the world. Every goddamn time I do my own damn thing, it seems like Satan keeps me down.
And so we missed it there, but then later on we saw them at the local march at home near St. Louis, and we were hearing them out in the reeds, you know.
Yeah, there it is. Hell yeah.
We just wanted to get a better look, so.
What do we need to come back here with?
A boat. We need a boat.
Do we have a boat?
We don't have a boat, so we're gonna make a boat.
Oh no.
And that's an unmistakable sound. That's the sound of
Engineering is what
creativity.
Ain't no way.
Doesn't matter what
that
the thing looks
floats.
like, you know, it's how it performs.
The HMS Bittern, maiden voyage.
Although we shared some similar engineering principles, I had nothing to do with what happened deep under the North Atlantic last summer.
Oh.
That's a common gallinule.
I have a pretty drastic lean going on.
Yeah, it looks like you're damn near gonna tip. That is dangerously close to just scooping up water.
This could be a solo mission for a while.
And my boat did last the whole time. My boat was fine when we pulled it out of the water. Like, I could have gone again. I could have gone all day long. Where were you? Where?
Cool.
Your boat? I can't remember how your boat went.
We have a bit of an emergency here on board the Titan II. We've taken on quite a bit of water. I put out an SOS message. It's a solo mission from now on.
I see it. It's filling up like a balloon.
Oh, buddy.
Oh.
I'm sinking bad. I'm sinking in a bad way.
Oh no. My colleague did go down with his ship, but he left me this oar. So now I have 2 shitty oars. I definitely just heard one right over there. Bittern right over there. I have to pull out the camera. Hopefully not drop it in.
Got him.
Success. That's what success looks like.
That's success right there. That's a least bittern, if I've ever seen one. And I have. I saw it from a boat that I made myself.
People will do just about anything to get a new bird on their list. It's a classic case of Icarus. You can easily fly too close to the sun.
Cuba, I've been to Cuba. Got how many species in Cuba?
I gotta
85.
censor this because he gets
No
bit
photos
by an
because
alligator.
We snuck into Cuba. All you do is tell the customs agent, "Pardon, señor, no estampa on mi passport. Necesito para americano." We're in trouble. So we went on the tour. They took us around. Cubans took us on the tour, but of course we can't take any notes when we don't want to have any notes on our person. We're stupid. Anyway, bottom line is we don't have any pictures. But I fortunately had a little tiny booklet. I wrote the birds we saw and where we saw them.
Nice.
The study says that 52% of extreme birdwatchers have rolled the dice for a new lifer.
And that bastard hit me so fast I didn't even have time to blink or try to back away or anything. He had my arm, just grabbed me just like that. He came like 90 miles an hour. And I jerked my arm away before he could quite lock on, but he cut top and bottom on my left arm. He cut to the bone with his teeth. So I've got like 10 gashes top and 10 gashes bottom, clean to the bone. We weren't going to go to the doctor because I consider myself a tough guy. I don't do that. I know some plants like golden seal and comfrey and mullein that are very good disinfectants.
Mm-hmm.
And I scalded the leaves and then used the salve and wrapped it in leaves. And you wouldn't believe it, in 2 days, that sucker was healed up. I was carrying a camera around.
Stop.
3 days, it never got pussy, never got discolored, never got smelly.
Wow, he's eating a littler bird.
As much as a big joke this whole thing was for us, for a window in the spring, Quentin was taking it pretty seriously.
And this is the first new bird we've had in probably 3 days, so I don't have to spaz today.
What happens when he doesn't see a new bird for a while?
It's grumpy.
I got sucked in, I got sucked in too far. I would get mad. I would get grumpy when we wouldn't see a new bird. That's tough to swallow when you're like, Jesus Christ, did I really get pissed because I didn't see a blue-throated warbler or whatever the fuck?
I try not to get too bummed out in the situations because anytime I go chase a rare bird, I never tell myself I'm going to for sure get it. Even if tons of people are seeing it, I'm like, I've had situations like that where like there's a crowd of people and the bird disappears right before I get there, or the bird gets eaten right before I get there.
And I said, so, where's the bird? And he said, oh, I've got great pictures. Look at me, look at my pictures. And he shows you the back of his camera, and it's a peregrine falcon eating the lesser San
So we're talking 12 hours from here to
it was
there.
not a cheap flight, but it was a life bird, and it had been there for a few days, and we really wanted the bird.
This is what birders do, you know, like we get out there, look for birds, and sometimes we miss them, sometimes we get them. And it makes it more exciting too when you get the bird that
Have you ever
chased,
watched
you know,
Hands on a
driving
Hard
20
Body
hours
Chat?
overnight to get a bird.
I
and then
love that documentary.
Not getting it is super disappointing and sucks and you hate your life, but then getting a bird the next day, it's like, oh my gosh, I love this hobby.
With birding, there's different types of obsessed. Alex here is obsessed with making eBird checklists. He makes about 15 a day.
I think I'm over 74,000 now.
Would you have done a film project like this in your early 20s? I mean, I feel like my boy Henry and I and Julie and I, we made some cool shit. You know what I mean? Like, we definitely made some cool shit in my mid and early 20s, man. The stuff we did around BuzzFeed, like I made a lot of sketches that went crazy. You know what I mean? But it was kind of before the era when it like you could become a sketch group on YouTube.
eBird is just like the full picture of my life everywhere I go.
Your Cuba doc was great. Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Alex Lamrome, he lists pretty much every bird he sees. I remember a story, me, Alex, and Steve were talking, and he literally was saying that he eBirds like.
Can you show us any of your old stuff with peace and love? I've shown it so many times. No. No.
Pigeons on the side of a highway.
Sorry, you're coming in 8 years into my streaming career. I'm sorry.
Like a great example is rock pigeons.
And I was like, are you fucking serious?
The way it is, I've like had so many close fender benders, and it's just a little unsafe to constantly be texting while driving. My girlfriend hates it.
I'm all tuned up on Zima. That's a real head right there. God damn. He's referencing when I did a fake Wave Race 64 show for Adult Swim that never got picked up called Wave Enforcers, where I did like a fake Baywatch where we were like basically like future crime detectives. It was a lot like Italian Spider-Man or Danger 5, but with like a wave racing beach guy. That shit was that shit was so funny.
Yeah. Oh, multiple times, yeah.
According to the study, birding ruined date night for 57%.
Adult Swim couldn't afford the jet skis. No, they picked up apparently a friend's video was in the competition that one night and won. It was for this thing they used to do to get on Adult Swim where they would like rent out a theater and the theater would vote on who they liked the most. And yeah, it was a mess.
And the whole relationship for 18%.
To keep the marriage,
we made like I think we made like 3 episodes though.
Still intact. We kind of have made a pact that if he sees
Italian
a bird,
Spider-Man, you mean Night
This
Monkey?
is a bit
No,
Pokemon
Italian
cards
Spider-Man.
with touch and
Thank you.
grass involved. The money isn't there, but the competition and rarity is.
True. By the way, if you guys have never seen Italian Spider-Man, it's one of the greatest. It's the people who ended up making Danger 5. This is like my favorite.
Italian Spider-Man dell'una scuola normale. Semplice. Un mordor nel scendi nell'ombra.
Wait, where is the bit with the cards? Hold on. There's like the beginning of the actual movie that is like the funniest fucking. They actually made a movie. Yes. There you go.
Sembra che siamo solo noi due, straniero. Di bene il tuo Black Jack. Desidera qualcosa da bere prima di cominciare? Whisky. Va bene. Che ne dici? Alziamo la posta un po'? Una mano per la vostra vita. Va bene. Deal. Signori controllati, mostrate le vostre carte, signori.
This is the best.
Blackjack, di certo. Addio, amico.
Sulle scale, prendetelo! Andiamo!
Fucking incredible. I'm sorry for the little field trip there, but I had to watch that scene from Italian Spider-Man. It's so good.
See it, he doesn't count it until I see that species at some point. And if I don't see that species, then he never can count that bird.
With serious listers, just seeing the bird isn't enough. The goal is to color in the map. Every county becomes its own little game board. Alex, a fully grown adult man, has driven way out of his way to a Texas cemetery in search of a hermit warbler, a bird he's seen hundreds of times in 4 other states. Why? Because that specific bird wasn't in his Cameron County, Texas box yet. It's part bird watching, part tax preparation, and fully ridiculous.
Cameron County is my top county. This would be my 348th bird for Cameron County. And there was a Cassin's kingbird seen on the island, which I don't have that yet either, so it'd be awesome to get to 350 on this trip.
He's got 350 birds in one county, man. That's crazy.
So much freedom. I love sleeping in a car.
Oh, it looks just like scissors. Not none of those safety scissors either. Those are the real deal.
We're trying to look for a black cat Tiberio. It looks like it's wearing a helmet, so I figured if I wear a helmet, it'll feel comfortable around me. And then I can take an image of it and share a moment with it.
If you're asking for better looks than that, you are certainly asking a lot. From the book to real life, man. That's what we do. You look at a bird in the book and you say, I want to go see that bird. And then you get in your car and you go.
What birds did we see today?
Western flycatcher. Black-headed grosbeak.
That's an oriole.
Western wood peewee. And something else?
Clark's grebe.
Clark's grebe, dude. How could I forget? We woke up and there it was.
Dude, he's so deep. How to find Clark's grebe.
Take a gander in that pond. Take a gander in that pond.
Take a gander in that pond.
By now, you've probably seen a lot of birds. And you think that you're ready to see your lifer Clark's grebe? Follow me. The first step is to find the nearest all-women's correctional facility. There should be free parking adjacent to the prison.
All those inmates. What's up, ladies? Camp right next to a female prison. It's free.
Next, your colleague is going to have to use a restroom. However, the nearest restroom is unusable.
Did you poke your head in there?
I did have a poke.
What did you think of it? It's pretty good, right?
It's pretty much just as you described it.
Oh, God.
So that's a hover. Definitely, you're looking at a hover here.
Consequently, your colleague will have to use a ditch next to the van.
It was so bad I didn't even use it. I just took a shit in that ditch.
No matter how trivial it may seem, this final step is very important. In the morning, you must listen to 2009 pop hits.
Whoa, whoa.
Now, if you followed all the steps correctly, take a gander in that pond. See if all your hard work is paid off.
We wake up and immediately we've got a bird.
Did you wake up in the morning feeling kind of greeby?
It's either western grebe or Clark's grebe. The black on the western grebe's head extends down over the eyes, right? Covering the eyes. Covering the eyes. The Clark's grebe does not, you know, its eyes exposed. It's just in a sea of white. Much like the bird.
I really don't want to know who Clark was. He was probably the grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, from what we've learned about bird watching.
I've just photographed out there in that lake.
Congratulations. Your life for Clark's grebe.
It's June 8th. Have you gotten tired of bird watching yet?
Yeah, several different times. It's come back around, but I am growing tired of it. But I still am doing it. Like I just, peeked around to look at that red-winged blackbird. It's a disease, I think. Do you hear that? That's a Hammond's flycatcher. A sound I can call out now. 6 months ago, I could not do that.
I feel like if I was going to do this, I would just go to Hawaii and just drive my car around Hawaii. Because at least I would want to be in a fucking dope ass area where I felt like, you know what I mean? I don't know if I could do those mosquitoes and women's correctional facility moments, man. That's tough, bro. That's tough.
No idea what those are.
McGilliry's warbler.
Damn, bro. Holy fuck. And I'm the sick man?
I'm just guessing.
I kind of feel like everyone's a birder and they just don't know it yet.
Oh.
You know, it's like, have you ever looked at a bird?
Real.
And
Real.
And been like, oh wow, it's red, it's blue, it's yellow. Like you're a birder. Get over it.
Damn. Based. Truth nuke.
Accept it.
One of the guys
I'm fucking bird pilled.
roller hockey team is actually pretty into hummingbirds.
Well, I've been a hummingbird guy. I've always let my grandmother started out, get feeders out. But like I said, it's a seasonal thing. And where this story unfortunately has to go is calling my neighbor out that left their feeder out too long. Because a poor hummingbird filled itself up with so much nutrients and got so comfortable that it forgot to migrate with the other birds. And I was very hopeful for that bird's safe return to its family or safe return this year. But hummingbird feeders are out. I've seen a couple other ones, and he's not with us because the neighbor. I got to blame the neighbor for that. So, like I said, get your hummingbird feeders out now, but get them in. Get them in before deer season.
How many hummingbird feeders do you think you got?
I'm over 10, less than 20. I have a dozen hummingbird feeders, if not 15,
so
but not
funny.
20. I'll have 20 by the end of this year. Clear or nothing. Don't buy the red water. None of this bullshit. This red one back here is a glass one. That was my first one. That's a... Oh,
They're not lying. This guy is deeply into hummingbirds.
that's a dandy. That'll hold half a pitcher.
Our goalie has a great barred owl impression.
Dude, they have his fucking in-game statistics.
Yeah, you hearing that? That's authentic. No, it's
So you
it's not
learned
in
barn
distress.
alcohol?
That's an owl that's not
Pretty
ready to
good,
get
man.
him.
Yeah.
That's an owl that's
Dude, I
well
told him,
rested.
hey, I went outside my backyard the other night.
Okay, their jerseys are absolutely apocalyptically fresh. Baby blue and fucking like a burnt red with a mouse that has a black eye. 10 out of 10. No notes.
And heard one called
it,
and it came back.
You know, we just realized that actually everybody's kind of a little bit of a bird watcher. Everybody knows the bald eagle.
And the eagle, you know, it's badass, you know. You'll, like,
That's navy blue. Oh, baby. Yeah, it is. Don't tell him, chat. Don't tell him.
destroy, demolish anything, you know.
Fuck
You know, it kills its prey.
If you have some interest in watching and enjoying birds, like, you're a birder. That's you've joined the club.
But honestly, that is one really interesting thing that I have learned on chat or on stream is how many people learn that they are colorblind on this stream. It's actually fascinating. We've had it happen probably like, I don't know, like over the years, like probably 50 times where someone will be like, brother, that's lime green. We'll actually go back. No. Are you nuts? What are you talking about? You're talking about the blue, that blue.
You hear that? That's a little
more relaxed.
Yeah.
You think this is navy blue? What I am pointing at right now. You think this is navy blue? Yes. Sweet baby bird, you are so colorblind. You are, I don't even know how that happens. Like you could go with maybe a gray. Or if you said gray, I might get you, like, let you get away with it. But this is like a powder, like a Carolina blue.
Dude, I told him, hey, I went outside my backyard the other night and heard
The
one.
torso is navy. Okay, we're moving the goalpost now because I said baby blue and I pointed to this and that chatter said that this might be a really dark navy. It looks black to me from this angle. This looks black, but it could be a really dark navy. But that was not the color I was talking about.
Called.
And also, dude, I don't know if you guys remember this. We went so far down this fucking rabbit hole before where chat was convinced that I was the colorblind one that we played the color matching game and I got like an insane off the Richter score. Does everybody remember that? Where chat was confidently incorrect and they were like, no, Will, you're colorblind. So I played the color matching game and it turns out I'm actually a colored like fucking God, like a colored Jesus. Like my ability to notice differences in color is beyond that of the normal human spectrum. So we can go back down that rabbit hole again, or you can just realize you're fucking colorblind. I didn't want to say it, but you're fucking deficient. And now I have to say it because you're weird.
To find bird 447, we needed another set of eyes.
And this is parking lot fucking, I don't know, peanut butter. What are you looking at? Leave her alone. It's not your recipe.
Bird 447 lives way up high.
Is the
You see-
dress, what color is the dress? Honestly, I'm so good at color that I saw it both ways. I originally saw it white and gold, and I forced my eyes to flip to the other color. I was like, I want to see the other color. And I'm so gifted at color that I like kept staring at it like a magic eye till it flipped.
Quentin spotted most of the birds that we saw last year. So, whenever I spotted one first, I got excited. I got a little too excited.
Holy shit. Hey! Got one.
What did you get? Oh, that is sick. That bird is that an eyebrow or its eye? That's an eyebrow. Oh my God, that bird has the cuntiest eyebrow I've ever seen. Oh my God, that bird is absolutely fucking slaying.
Now, how do you think I found that ptarmigan? You think I just fucking harmonized with the alpine wind, aligned my chakras, and the bird showed itself? Nope. I called it in with an iPhone 15 Pro.
Playback is something you do whenever you're not seeing the bird that you want to see, and you get on the app and you blast the breeding song and you wait for that bird to show up.
Playback is in an ethical gray area. There are things you definitely shouldn't do to see a bird, like spook and shoot.
Excuse me.
Spook and
shoot? Do you know if you're allowed to do spook and shoot here?
I don't know what that means. So,
Spook and shoot, it's
like to scare them and then take a picture.
you honk your horn or you rev your engine and you get good flight shots like that. You're not allowed to
You
do
just
that.
have to wait for it.
Okay, gotcha.
Or trespassing.
Yeah, Owen's always talking all this shit about how I'm a crazy person, but here he is, trespassing on an oil field so we can take a look at a thrasher. And I'm the crazy guy.
And there are things that most people are cool with, like pishing.
Pishing, everybody pishes, right? And that works. That's like gold sometimes.
It's a good pish you got.
Pishing?
It's a good pish. You're gonna piss your pants if you do that too much.
I got the Alcatero. Got him. In the Stoke fir here, there's a couple birds, and he's a little bit higher up in the Stoke fir. It's a male, the nice bright orange head.
But what about playback? The ABA website says you should limit your use, as it can stress the birds, while the Audubon website says it shouldn't be used at all.
Now I'll use playback, and then if it comes in, I'll usually stop. Sometimes I won't. Sometimes
Dude,
I
I had a
will.
shit ass day. Thank you for always being a
Wilma,
king.
for being you. Your streams have gotten me through the
I am
roughest 2
stoked.
years I've had. Thank you.
Thank you both. I am stoked everyone got excited about my special interest in ornithology. Wait, are you on the bird app, Wolfie? Wait, we were asking, are you on the apps? eBird?
I don't like it.
Yes? Dude, chat, we did it. We have a bona fide eBirder. We have a bona fide eBirder. Wolfie, how many birds are you at? How many birds have you seen? What's that number like? Yeah, hey, Wolfie, how many birds? It's cool. You can say. It's cool. You can say on stream. We won't get jealous or aroused. 26? Wolfie, what the hell? I see 26 birds on the way to get coffee in the morning. We got to get those numbers up. Wait a minute. I said I was not going to judge Wolfie, and I immediately judged Wolfie. Wolfie, either you are in a bird poor environment or you got to step that shit up. Says the unranked guy. Honestly, real. No, Wolfie, you're our community representative. All right, listen. I'm gonna make it good. Because I am so moved by this ornithology life. Because I am so moved. If Wolfie registers 100 birds by the end of the year on their eBird app, and can verify, I will buy them a new high-powered binoculars so that they can bird harder. That's my promise to you, Wolfie. I know you were having a crappy day, and I shit on your eBird. I shit on your eBird. That will probably require travel. Bro, that one county in Texas had 367 birds.
Playback gets to be a problem if it's a place where there's a lot of other birders around. You don't want to confuse other birders and like have people come running thinking they're hearing this unusual bird, and it's just you playing.
I mean, just came out of the woods there. Just as soon as, so I was like, yeah, I'll play a little bit of playback for this woodpecker. Yeah. That's outstanding.
It's fucking awesome, kind of.
There's going to be an eBird checklist. It's like herd only.
Herd only. Didn't ever get eyes on it, you know, but I definitely heard a clear call distinct from the hairy woodpecker.
Our playback use over time looked a little something like this. We stopped cold turkey about halfway into the year when we found out it was controversial. But later on, like a drug addict, we had several relapses, mostly for the three-toed woodpecker.
We're looking for the free-toed woodpecker. Why is this bird so hard to find?
What about somebody who's like
like
really good at mimicking a bird call?
Yeah, I feel more okay with that.
Because it's more like you got to try harder. You have to know the call.
Exactly.
Okay.
No Rain, I already know what this is going to be. No Rain found the most expensive pair of binoculars on the internet to fuck with me and to ruin what I was doing. 100%. I guarantee that's what this is. I haven't even clicked it. I just see a link from No Rain, and it's a $3,000 pair of binoculars. Thanks, No Rain. Cool, man. Thanks for trying to fuck it up. Appreciate you. I don't even have to look anymore. I just know No Rain's going to try and fuck my shit up. Trying to do something cool for someone in the community? Let me fuck this up.
You think a little higher? Or?
Maybe a little higher? Yeah.
Still good?
Yeah. Right on the mark.
I'm just glad it wasn't a fucking space station. You said best? I said high powered, you fuck.
I'm about to have binoculars.
You know exactly what you were doing. You know exactly what you were doing.
A camera and a little flute on me, so I'm eligible to get my ass kicked today.
Tone deaf? Okay, I am too because I can't tell the difference. I will admit that I am color genius, but I am fucking tone deaf. I couldn't hear the difference between those two.
We failed to call in the owl, but we did call in some help.
I love you, by the way, No Rain. I just fuck with you because I know you.
Oof, that one was a little rough. Takes me a little while to warm up.
Wait, this is the kid who's got the record, right?
I'm more of a twitcher. I will go after just about anything in Washington that is new for a state list. So I've had a lot of, you know, overnight drives and stuff for birds in Washington, but probably never anything more than like 20 hours of driving.
Nothing more than 20 hours of driving. That's crazy.
In Washington, that would be hard to do.
Twitcher, I don't think he was referring to streaming. I think he was referring to like, if I see a bird, I'll try and clock it. Maybe he streams. I don't know.
Started using eBird. Kind of got me hooked like big time. I would say after like a couple months using eBird, I was like definitely all in.
We stopped at a sewage pump. A couple mallards and a Townsend's warbler and a spotted sandpiper. That was basically it. There's not much more I like than owling. That's what I've been doing for the past 3 nights up till now anyways.
And then start heading down the gulch some towards where the flammies are, so we don't miss pygmy window and stuff like that. Gotta get that dialed in a little bit more, but close.
Gotta get that shit dialed. Gotta get that shit dialed the fuck in. No.
That bird's pretty close.
Yeah, it's not that far.
That'll come in if I play it a little more.
Up there, yeah.
Right against the trunk.
Pygmies, flammies, saw-whets, you name it, these kids had owls on a string, and we were just lucky to be dangling on the end of it.
I don't really
awesome.
know why I list stuff. I just kind of have a tendency to do that.
That was
I list birds.
That was fucking awesome.
I'll list stuff at a county, hotspots, patches, states, countries, whatever. It's just something about my personality. I like having like a neat list.
Just got a drug deal on camera, all good.
What?
Does he have a foot-long churro? Yeah. I mean, that's 100%. Yep, just went into the pocket.
He just traded a bag of meth for a churro.
I mean, that's a good price if you can get it.
This is why I love the Northwest.
All right, we're gonna skip one thing. Hold on.
Sunlight. I'm already birding. Grab my binos, like. Right. Yeah, that's.
Hold on.
Dead animals.
Okay.
The record holder in '89 spent $140,000 on his big year. Turns out, chasing small birds is big business. According to Fish and Wildlife, birdwatchers in the U.S. spend $107 billion on birding trips and equipment every year.
We don't keep track. I don't want to know.
It's kind of one of those things that we know it's not a small amount of money.
No.
So we don't ever add it up.
There are outliers, however. This is Fred, an Australian birdwatcher we met on the side of the road in Cannon Beach, Oregon. He had no money. He was riding his bike from Los Angeles to Vancouver looking for birds.
Yeah, it's stinge mode out here, man.
What?
It's like, yeah.
That is a crazy long bike ride and not an easy one.
I'm Mr. No Money.
And where did you sleep last night?
I slept just in the bushes up in the woods up on the mountain there.
Dude, as hard as a coffin nail.
I've seen over 530 birds in my life. That's a shitload of birds.
Right.
That's a shitload of birds.
Oh, I did get my first bald eagle the other day. Yeah, first bald eagle.
I've seen a bald eagle in Michigan.
Fucking absolutely salute, stand up straight for that. Got my first bald eagle.
Holy shit, I actually clocked where I saw a bald eagle. Wait, maybe I am a birder.
That was good.
Yeah.
American Dipper. That was nice. American.
Did you take a dip with it?
No. Is that customary?
It's our homie right there. Right back. Right back, dude. You gotta be in here. You gotta be one with the dipper. You wanna go see some puffins?
Yeah, I want to see some puffins.
Let's go.
I'm frothing puffins today.
I'm fluffing
obsessed.
puffins.
I'm going to lose it. If I don't see any puffins, you boys are in trouble.
There's a bald eagle sanctuary in Minnesota that's awesome. The bald eagle actually nested on my house in Beaver Island. That's how I know. He would like fly by every day. He was sick. He was dope. It was probably a her. She was majestic. No, are the guys the ones with white heads? God damn it, it's happening. I'm asking questions about birds. We're gonna power by. We're gonna power pass. We're gonna power past.
Oh, fuck. Yes.
Tell me
Look.
that's not a puffin.
Both and the
And what a
females were
tough-
bigger? All right, it was a female. Fuck.
On him.
Thank you for the
What a
raid.
glorious bastard. Yes. Yeah, I'll get those tufts out. Woo. Oh, the boys
Thank you,
back
Zardo
home are
Zap.
gonna be jealous.
I can't believe we just ran it. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it was meant to be.
It's meant to be.
I hope I run into you again in the future.
Whoa. Is he piping sand? That's pissed. Bear Sparrow.
That's our guy. That's our guy. Go ahead and save that recorder. Here we go.
Cutie.
And this is a very sought after bird for some reason. It's, again, we've been after it for 3 days now. And we've just been driving these hot ass roads in the plains. And it's fucking.
And not many people know this, but Bear was actually one of the police officers during the civil rights struggle that was manning one of the fire hoses, unfortunately. So thank God that that bird will be renamed soon. Extremely racist.
And that actually would have been bird number 500 on the year, but we just had one taken away from us. So you check here.
I actually don't know that. I'm just playing off a joke from earlier in case you guys missed the beginning of the stream, that we don't know if Baird is actually racist, but apparently they're changing bird names because of racists who named the bird. So
and you know, I love getting an email like this. Your insert bird name observation in eBird. And Mr. Ryan Merrill is telling us that he's taking away our gray flycatcher observation. Again, this is a guy, this is a sighting of 3 weeks ago in Spokane. And this is a guy who wasn't there who's telling me what bird I saw. So, and you know what? He's probably right. Let's be honest.
I mean, birding's basically just an honor system. Nobody's really going through and checking your lists for the most part.
Thank you guys for being so on our fucking dick about bird IDs. I super appreciate it. It's really, we're learning here. We're all learning.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
500th bird, and they're gonna eat him.
Tonight we're having pinto beans, rice.
Oh,
with jalapeno.
they're just having a dinner.
So it's, you know, just another variation
Thank you,
of
DJ
the same
Kento.
meal. This, you know, we've been hitting the black beans pretty hard. So we're gonna switch to pinto tonight. Just kind of see how that goes. While tonight's meal is much the same, the location of the kitchen tonight is a little different. It's just on the side of a road, just a farm road tonight, next to a marsh.
500.
Pretty interesting. Usually it's in the forest or a parking lot. Okay, here's the voice that we're gonna listen for. Makes 2 or 3 clicks, sounding like pebbles being tapped together, repeated in a long series, usually heard at night.
Tap those pebbles
And they
together.
say you'll never see this bird. It even says in the book or on the app, if you see a yellow rail in the open, you're not seeing a yellow rail. That's how confident they are.
It's almost
that
certainly
you won't see this
not a
bird.
yellow rail.
But you might hear this. I mean, if you would have told me last year that I'd be spending my midnight banging 2 rocks together on some back road in North Dakota, I would have told you you're wrong. I'm not doing that. But here I am doing it.
This is
Why does man
rare.
fight mosquitoes? She hungrily
No, I couldn't do it. I hate mosquitoes. I could not do this. I could not do this. I hate mosquitoes. I could not do this.
punches right through the skin and sucks her
It's giving trauma. It's giving me trauma right now.
victim's blood to fill her stomach.
I remember when I would go to summer camp in Michigan, if it was like a really mosquito-y night, there were nights that I would just stay up and throw fucking green. I would find the greenest foliage I could and throw it on the fire so it would smoke as much as possible, and I would just stand in the smoke. When it was really mosquito-y, that's what I would do when I was camping. I, as a young kid, I would just you would grab the most alive bush you could and throw it in the fire so it would smoke as much as possible, and you would just fucking bathe in the smoke, dude, and the mosquitoes would leave you alone.
Mosquitoes breed in water. Stagnant water in a swamp like this is a good breeding place.
Dude, I know you're not pissing right now.
I'm surprised there's room for 4 mosquitoes on the head of my...
He got bit on his whiner. Are you an O-type blood? No, but my dad is. I don't know if that changes anything. My dad is the he's the universal donor. That's O something, right? I think I'm AB negative.
We just heard a bird click from the grass, and that's, that's like a huge deal in this community, is to hear a small shy bird in the grass go click, 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 click for just 5 seconds.
500 is certainly the absolute standard. That's the main level. What did I say you guys might get? 620? Did I predict 620? Ooh, I know. You got a ways to go. Because the second half of the year, a big year gets harder and harder.
We've gone to all these areas, these burned, dead tree areas where it says that they love, and...
AB negative is the universal receiver of all blood types? Wait, really? I never knew that. So my dad can give his blood to everybody and I can receive everybody's blood? My dad might be a fucking vampire, dude. I'm not gonna lie. He might be a fucking vampire. He's 100. You know what I mean? Like he like doesn't age. Like I might be a vampire.
I haven't seen one. So it's like, do they really love these areas? I don't know. We've been to a lot of them. We've tried not doing playback, just listening. We've tried doing playback.
AB negative can be given to anybody? Wait, what? No, it can't.
Egregiously. We've tried having other people try to show it to us, and he said, it should be no problem.
I mean, if we go up for the free toad, will it still light out? That's no problem. I would be more surprised if we tried for it and missed it. Yeah, I got it.
Didn't see it.
Didn't see it. I'm a universal plasma donor. Oh.
Sounds remarkably similar to a squeaky toy.
Look at dog toy aisle at Petco, no?
Do you have problems in direct sunlight? Yes, I have freckles, and I may or may not be a vampire. Just find out.
Check that out, eh? Slightly thicker bill. Thicker than some of them bills they write in Congress. Still going.
Nice, dude. That's our guy.
Yeah, what is that?
That's a northern beardless tyrannulet.
Say that again.
Northern beardless tyrannulet. Today we're at the rare bird location. We're looking for a rose-throated
I love
buckhorn.
how it's this one dude with the fucking flowiest mullet of all time, and then everybody else is AARP.
Some people are calling it a Beckard.
Rose-throated Beckard.
Come on.
It's out of range. So its normal range would be in Mexico. Purple means it's there all year long. Orange is the summer range, and the gray is the range of vagrancy. So it just tips into southeast Arizona in the range of vagrancy. In other words, it's a vagrant. It's out of its normal range.
We try really hard when we're at a rare bird to
Make sure that we're
make
both
sure we're
on the bird.
together. We go to the bathroom at the same time.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, well, and again, that happened to a couple where there was what's called a dark-billed cuckoo that came into the east coast of Florida, and we went down and got it. This couple showed up next day, and they had flown in, drove over, and first thing he said was, "Hey, I got to go to the bathroom." And she said, "Let's get the bird and then go to the bathroom." He said, "No, I got to go now." So he went to the bathroom. She went, got the bird. The bird left. Never seen it again.
And by the time he got out of the bathroom, the bird was gone.
That guy killed himself.
I just got the Beckard. Quentin's taking a shit. He's right out there. I saw it. He hasn't seen it yet. He's coming back from taking a shit. There he is. Dude, it's right there. It's perched up so beautifully right there. Why aren't you firing away?
I don't see it.
Buddy, it's right fucking there.
Buddy.
It's the sky.
It's just hard to see. It's in there.
Describing the location of a bird to somebody who doesn't see it yet is a skill.
Right next to the pole, the wooden pole.
Yeah. In the corner, kind of, see how the pond kind of goes straight out that way?
On the dolly that looks like a stick, but it's a metal dolly.
Edge of the water, just to the right of the wiffle ball.
I'll look for a wiffle
This
ball.
movie is so awesome.
You see the sycamore, the thinner white tree?
Yeah. No bark on it?
Oh, I see the wiffle
right
ball.
on the head. Yeah, just to the right of the wiffle ball.
It's back behind that slanted log, the bigger slanted log.
Straight out in the middle there?
Yeah, just kind of like right in there. It's just to the right of the left stump.
I'd argue it's just to the left of the right stump.
Oh shit! Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Find it. Yeah, I got it. That's it, baby. Rose-throated Beckard with no rose throat. From the outside, you might hear rare bird, and you're like, "Oh shit, exotic!" Like brightly colored. Like, no, a lot of times that just means like a dumpy little brown bird washed up in someone's backyard, and they're like, "Holy fuck, this isn't usually here." Everybody, come in, get it on your county list, like.
I don't know, like it's cool to be that excited about a bird, but I think it was just to get it on their list. Yeah. And I don't know, like you think of the carbon footprint that's caused by all this like chasing and rarity stuff, and not to say that's wrong, I don't know. I'm conflicted.
Bird watchers are flocking to a San Francisco park hoping to catch a glimpse or take a photo of a bird that's never before seen in California.
Today we're in San Francisco, the city, and we're looking for a slate-throated redstart. A slate-throated redstart. A rare bird. We just started talking to random people at the park, non-bird watchers. We just started asking them about if they had seen a rare bird.
We haven't seen him, but everybody else has.
Okay.
It's not here. He's in the over the trees here.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know what he looks like?
We've seen pictures of it. Do you know what it's called?
Redstart.
Look on the Google.
Okay, Google it?
Yeah.
That's the best because they don't give a shit about birds, but they're just catching like tertiary information.
Most of them kind of were up there.
Okay.
Almost to the end is where I've seen people kind of stop and
Okay,
look
great.
through the bushes.
Did they have those great big like telescope camera things?
Some of them, yeah.
Do you know what the bird looks like?
No, I don't. I'm not a birder, so and I've asked.
Thank you.
The birders aren't that friendly to me, but although somebody said, a friend of mine said, oh, they were very friendly to him, so must be me.
The bird was over there, and some guy came breathlessly with his camera and binoculars. He had just driven up from LA. It's a 600-mile drive.
Wow.
Or sorry, southeast side of the of the pond. It was just right in here.
Guys, you got it.
Over here. It's right in here somewhere. Here it is, right here.
No, that's a sparrow.
No,
It's a sparrow.
that's it. No, that's a sparrow. Sorry.
Song sparrow. And then one of the guys spots it. Some guy spots it.
Oh my God.
Stumbling, tripping over branches. Incredible. I heard a guy fart. Like, just fart from excitement.
Wait, it was real. It was real.
Just fart from excitement. It's fucking awesome. We got just brief looks at this little bird. It was just like a quick little flash of gray and red through the binoculars, through the camera. I mean, there was a woman who was almost in tears, just immediately texting her loved ones, calling them, letting them know that she did, in fact, see the small little bird. I mean, all these people ended up being on the boat the next day.
We were told we weren't really going to have a sense of this whole bird watching thing without getting on a boat.
All right, it's the night before our big boat trip, big seabirding boat bout here. And we're stealth camping in the marina parking lot, of course, naturally. What do we got on the menu tonight?
Well, we're doing some science here. Quentin is going to be the control group.
Now, if we're anything, it's men of the scientific method. We'd never really been on an ocean boat before. So, I took half a pill of diamond hydrominate.
So here's my half pill there, a little more than half.
There it is.
Picking out a little bit.
Half pill and half Moon Bay.
And Quentin was our control group. He didn't take anything, except for a little bit of mushrooms. We accidentally booked the boat trip with the varsity team. We had some real birdwatching all-stars on board. Ezekiel Dobson, Alex Lamoureux, and the guy who farted the day before.
My mushrooms just hit. They just hit.
This is Alvaro, and he's the coolest guy on this boat, and it's not even close.
Ocean birds, you know, it's kind of like the final frontier of
Owner and
birding in a
guard of
sense. Like
Alvaro's
you
Adventures.
just, it's a little insane. It's a little intense. You know, the thing came from halfway across the world, and there you are on this little pin on the ocean on this little boat, and you're like 30 people around you, and you're the only humans that are seeing that rarity. It's pretty cool.
You know, we barely did research on the land birds. The seabirds we did no research on.
Alex, what kind of birds are those?
Those are marbled murrelets. Two tiny ones.
They breed in the old growth redwoods.
We also had Nigel Thornberry on board. He yelled out clock numbers for 10 hours straight for some reason.
Got away at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock down, 9 o'clock above horizon.
Going left, 2 o'clock. Still flying around, it's 9 o'clock.
All you see is like a little gray dot just traveling across the ocean while you're holding on to the rail and just going, yep, oh, yep, that's my lifer. Mm-hmm. That's my life.
Bro, he's fucking on shrooms too. Probably the worst like fucking drug you can take before you get seasick. Oh my God.
Basically, nobody gets sick, you know, actually, like that's insanely rare to actually get somebody to get seasick on our trips. I mean, I tell you the truth, I think you'd have to be kind of a lightweight to get seasick on our trips. They're very comfortable boats.
Oh no.
I think just one bout of it and I should be good. I think since it's out now, I think I'm good from here on out.
See an Arctic tern right overhead.
While Q was vomiting, I was slowly getting nauseous and dehydrated. And the last thing I heard before I fainted was
Guadalupe Merlet.
We just saw a single Guadalupe Merlet off the front of the boat.
And how
First time I've ever seen that.
And how are you feeling right now?
Pretty pumped, pretty sunburned, pretty hungry.
That's very cool.
Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you.
I think you're doing better than us right now.
I think they both took shrooms.
So I got 7 new yearbirds today, which puts me at 722 for lower 48. Let's go. So I am now officially the youngest birder ever to reach 700 species in the lower 48. Well, I guess you could say 722, but 700 is just a big mile marker. I think the previous record before that was 680, and he was 20 years old. So
is he saying lower 48 being all the states excluding Hawaii and Alaska?
oh yeah, beat him by a year and crushed him by 20 birds.
Oh yeah, wow.
I
that's very
knew
cool.
it would
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for that, Prime. I appreciate you.
be very difficult for him to set a record. But the record I thought he had a very high probability of hitting was being the youngest birder to ever hit 700. So I told him every time I would talk to him, what's your time horizon? When are you going to hit it? You've got to hit it before you're 20. You've got to hit it before you're 20. And he mapped it all out. He said, okay, I think I can. I think I can.
He's not even 20.
And sure enough, he did.
He's approaching your guys' record, and I was wondering,
Oh, yeah, wow.
do you
That's
think
very
he's going to
cool.
break the
Thank you,
record?
Minor Threat.
Well,
They are.
absolutely. At this point, he's only a few birds away, and he's still got months to go. The biggest reason he was able to do that, obviously, is because there's like 20 or more birds that have been accepted as countable from what there were last year. So most of that is not. I mean, they'll probably add more birds next year. He's got about 10 parrots and great tit, and European goldfinch. Just the list goes on of birds that they've added to the list since we did it in 2022.
So they're making it easy now, huh?
Every year it gets easier. I mean, I guess we could, Ruben and I may have to do it again next year in a year or two and show Zeke Dodson that he's not top dog.
Black turnstone didn't know that was a bird until today. Fucking so far away. I lost it. I fucking lost it through the thing. God damn it. There it is.
California condor.
Nice.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's a beautiful.
Will, you are the only big streamer who shouts out small streamers. Thank you, Midwest King. Oh, Zardo Zap. Dude, it's my pleasure. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate you. I'm kind of sad to hear that I am the only one who does that, but you know, makes sense.
Bird. You guys are beautiful.
It's just as far as this thing can go. It's just little spinning birds out in that water.
Thanks for allowing me to perform to you every night. Yeah, I did. I have said that. Listen, man. I am appreciative. I am appreciative of my life and my job. You know, I would be lying if I said I wasn't. I think the reason I'm different, like, I'll be honest, I would love to say that I'm just inherently a better person, but I don't think that's how life works. I think what happened was the reason I'm so grateful for everything is, man, I started streaming late. So, like, a lot of streamers don't have the opportunity to spend their lives broke or like not doing well in their job. And I was living in an apartment with black mold, applying to be a bellhop and getting turned down, dude. I remember what that life was like right before I started streaming. So I am eternally grateful for what I get to do.
Woke up. I mean, Quentin's flinging the door open. We're camping off the side of a highway last night just to pull off. And Quentin's on Thrasher. You can probably hear it in the background.
Fatality 220. Thanks, man.
I mean, did you even have a morning piss?
I just pissed, yeah. The only things I've done this morning are piss and grab my camera.
Dude,
my eyes,
look at
they
that
still
thing's
don't work.
beak.
They don't work yet. That's my life for California Thrasher right there.
Bellhop was an interesting idea. I was pretty far down the list, man. The funny thing was at that time, my film stuff was going great. I just couldn't make any money doing it. So I was like, I'll get this fucking tips job that I can fucking, because I lived right next to the London Hotel. And I was like, this is a great scam for me to make some extra guala. They did not want me.
You're not gonna ever fucking take that away from me, okay? Nobody's taking that away from me. Not eBird, not Merlin, not Cornell, not the fucking Park Service. Nobody's taking this fucking shit away from me, okay? This is my lifer. I saw this bird, and nobody's taking it away, okay? I hear it too. I'm tired of these fucking assholes who work for the bird software. Say, oh, you didn't wear this. You didn't see that. Oh, you weren't there at the right time. There's no way. Fuck you. Fuck.
Check this out.
No, dude. Cooked.
I have a fever right now.
No,
My
dude.
throat's killing me. The van's dead.
People that haven't done a big year, they sit there and they, oh, that just sounds so exciting and glamorous.
2010 Kia Sedona, CV axle and axle nut, passenger side. It's just the base model. Yeah, couldn't swing the LX.
The beak to head ratio is bigger on the Harry.
Bro, they are doing surgery on this car right now. What the fuck?
Than it is on the Downy. It's actually just a bigger bird in general.
The voltage down there, it should be better. The vibes have gone south.
I'm not even gonna try to be positive right now. There's no point.
Whew, smoked that thing. That's a dinger. Yeah, dude.
I literally thought just the battery was dead. What the fuck is going on here?
Oh yeah! Hold that thing up like the Stanley Cup. There's your problem, son.
And I think the even harder part, and this would be where it'd get me, is the endurance. Just, you got to put one foot in front of the other, and you're like, oh crap, I don't want to go out. It's 95 degrees, 95% humidity, and that bird might not be there. It's a 3-hour drive one way, and
You get to a point and you're just like, this is insane, this isn't, to me, this isn't worth it, especially somebody who's kind of from the outside. Come on, you cum guzzler. Oh, we still got a bunch of left. Let me tell you what, you go like this, you hold two of them, you go, beep. Guess what? Price just got cut in half. This country is so big, and you have to go everywhere in the country to see enough birds to be in the power rankings or whatever the fuck it is. I like bird watching, but I don't like it in the competitive sense. But we're gonna finish out the year because that's what we set out to do, and we're doing this because we want to explore this subculture of America.
And when you do that, you dive all the way in, you know? For me, it takes a lot of fun out of it because I do love bird watching now. It's fun as fuck. You see these little birds flying around. I didn't think twice about it before all this. I didn't think about there's different types of sparrows.
It was here that I realized this is a classic case of the hero's journey. You remember that old story structure that dusty 8th grade English teacher wouldn't shut up about? It goes like this. The hero starts out in the ordinary world.
Thought about
Film students pay attention, and that is the fucking bubbler bong again.
how crazy it would be if you knew all the birds in that book.
Then they act on an adventure.
Seeing as many species as you can in one calendar year.
And then doubt starts to set in.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what that is.
And then they meet a mentor.
And actually, going back to our accomplishments.
And then they fully commit.
Look at that number 99.
And then the grind sets in.
This is a common mosquito. And why does man fight mosquitoes?
And then they get close to the ordeal.
I am growing tired of it.
And then they hit the ordeal.
You know what? I like bird watching, but I don't like it in the competitive sense.
But usually after the ordeal,
Gripping the sword! Let's
the hero
go!
gets a reward.
Buddy, what are you doing with those? What's your plan? You're either late or early.
Yeah, the grass was fucking bomber today.
You were playing Blitzkrieg Bop through the headphones in your nose. That was pretty awesome. I remember being pretty blazed, just laying in the cot, just in and out of consciousness. And then Owen sitting outside of the van, just pretty high, just going, woodpecker. And I just woke up. I just heard him just go, woodpecker. We both look outside, and it's the three-toed woodpecker, the thing we'd been looking for months.
No, you were asleep 30 seconds ago.
I know, I just woke up. Shit's crazy. It's got 3 toes.
We learned a couple valuable lessons from this little 3-toed bird.
It turns out if you don't use playback and you just take a couple edibles at the top of a ski hill, that the bird's just gonna show right up. It's actually gonna wake you up.
Like you're literally just doing a big year to like be competitive and say like I, achieved this thing. Like what is that doing for birds? Like it's not really adding anything since it's already been done so many times. Not to say like you can't do more, but like I don't know, like why is that kind of the epitome of success when it's not really doing anything
This girl is awesome.
for birds?
Warning about the
number of
disappearance
birds in North America has
billions
declined
of
by
birds
3
in the
billion
US
in the
and
last 50
Canada.
years.
Hardest hit, grassland birds like sparrows and goldfinches, losing
With
more than
birds living
half
in
their
Canadian and American
population.
grassland habitats experiencing the biggest drops in population.
All over the world, insect species are disappearing at an alarming rate.
The birds need a space to breed. They need a space to stop on migration, which is a whole string of endless spots. And then they need the wintering grounds. There's birds that are going to go extinct before I ever have a chance to see them for sure. But it's very sad. So.
This is the entrance to our favorite bird watching spot. They tore down a patch of the woods and built a bunch of apartments.
You know, maybe there's a 4th one in there. And we wouldn't have parked so close had we known.
Yeah.
So we're thinking we're gonna bring a cone here and just put a cone by it. I don't know if is that chill or is that we're just kind of looking out.
The next time we checked up on it, we marked it with flags so nobody would mess with it.
Yeah, I took them from they were marking like a water pipe or something. Nothing important. Just checking up on this killdeer nest. Looking good.
And then we went to go see if they finally hatched.
Oh, shit.
No. Oh, they mowed it. Look, the flags are just strewn about. They killed a whole bunch of killdeer. They were cooking for so long.
They were probably like almost all the way about to hatch.
We checked in like 4 separate times. Put the flags up and everything. Holy shit.
Bro, why would you just mow over flags?
Shit. I mean, how many times does this happen every day? You know?
This is right up there with 9/11. Dude, what are 4 little brown and black speckled egg supposed to do against those 2 big bucks?
The best thing, people can do, the quickest thing to save birds is either buying habitat, preserving habitat, putting your own land under a permanent conservation easement. As a common person, that's what I can do, is set aside land for wildlife.
There's ways to develop urban areas and cities that doesn't involve destroying habitats.
Mine's the same. I got the white tape and it's just so dirty, and I have hockey tape where I've like taped where this stuff is falling off,
Yeah.
It's so sick.
So this is the trusty ride.
That's good. Synergy, man.
Yeah. All right, let's go see some stuff.
Let's do it.
Like, that's just one of those, you're like, what? Like,
Yeah. You're like, that's kind of an exotic bird. And then, meanwhile, there's like a dump truck over there.
Yeah, so yeah, this used to be a dump. And yeah, there were just like tons of tires and just trash. But the Army Corps of Engineers came in and cleaned it up. And since then, there have been like over 200 species of birds documented here in this riverbed. So like, we're, I don't know, a mile from downtown. When the cliff swallows were here, they built all their nests, so they were living right under here. It's great to go off chasing birds and stuff, but I think sometimes if we tell people that you have to go chasing stuff, then you tell people who live away from where the chasing happens that birding is not for them. And if you tell them that birding is not for them, then you tell them that where they live is not worthy of protection and worthy of care. Phoebe, yeah.
Yeah,
This guy fucking rules.
A lot of birds.
Yeah. This is the spot, man.
And I think we think of like nature and wildlife like that in general. A lot of people like nature and wildlife, something you go out to see. It's not where you are. But the more you pay attention to those kind of things, the more you realize like, no, nature, birds, wildlife, it's around us all the time.
I have a job where I sit in an office all week and I spend 40 hours just thinking about like, oh, I wish I could go outside. And then I come outside and like all of the like negative feelings I have at work just wash away. It's like all of my stress is gone because I'm just living.
Birding has kept me sane and feeling like healthy and connected to the world, and like times when like everything feels really dark, I still have the birds. And like honestly, that's why I got like the bird tattoos. Like it's a reminder of like the things that bring me joy and that are beautiful in the world.
All this happy gumball candy cane talk is in stark contrast to the competitive side of birding. I reached out to one of the most accomplished listers in the country. He told me his big year nearly killed him.
It's purely a listing game, so just by the nature of that, you're giving up the real, true, like, essence of birding and bird watching. And
I think listing is fine, but I think the problem is that's like the only reason people are birding a lot of the time.
That's what it seems like.
And I really don't like that.
Yeah.
And I think eBird is also a really great tool, and I actually used it in my master's work. So, I mean, it's amazing, and it's an amazing source, and you can learn a lot, from these millions of observations that get submitted.
Sure.
But I think especially for people getting into birds, it's kind of detrimental because that's all they're caring about.
If eBird didn't exist...
Thank you. That's really heavy. That's super heavy, and I don't know if I did all that, but thank you. I appreciate. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Would you still go bird watching?
No. No.
eBird has been so ingrained in their way of birding, or at least their way of like documenting and consolidating or whatever, that it might really challenge like their like, am I really just interested in it for the birds, or is this listing component, taking over?
The whole listing and chasing birds and one-upping your friends in one way or the other, but it's kind of all left me at this point. It's really about enjoying being outside, nature, and it's kind of a total joy of birding, It sounds corny, but it really is.
What's my ABA list, or what's my county list, or state list, and backyard list, all that stuff. Yeah, at some point, at least for me, I'm like, I kind of want to get back to my roots, and I want to put the watching back in bird watching. That's gold.
For the last bit of the year, we had many opportunities to add rare birds to our fancy little list, but we just didn't have the mustard. I know that sounds like loser speak, but To be honest with you, it just wasn't really worth it to us.
And like, I mean, look at all these angry ass plants, dude.
The plants are
We gotta go through there, you fucking kidding me? It's one of those instances in which it's like, how bad do we want to see this bird? Now, we got word that Ezekiel Dobson he's in Maine right now. And he's traveling to the Keys because there's a
No.
rare bird there.
No.
That's a 26-hour drive. Here's what the bird looks like.
I almost can't believe this.
Why aren't we gonna break the record?
Because we don't have the drive. I don't care.
We didn't have the drive, you know? We didn't have the gumption for some of this.
So, instead of chasing another check mark, we said yes to a generous Florida man with a boat who mentioned something about flamingos. Flamingos were already on our list. Had been since January.
Some of the worst looks you'll ever get at American flamingo.
But this time we were actually going to watch them. You know, like Sparky said.
Hey, Captain, where are we at right now?
We are on the south side of Frank Key, in Florida Bay, Everglades National Park.
What are we trying to get on here? Cut through this channel?
40 flamingos. Or more.
Thanks to this guy right here?
Guy right here. He's got them on a string for us.
I can't owl them in, though. I thought I was cool. I could call in barred owls, but now it doesn't seem that cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still cool.
That's still cool to see him go. Damn.
Fly
No
pelican.
way.
Fly pelican.
Are you kidding me?
Fly pelican. They're flamingos. You are not a Scarface fan.
That's
wow.
Fuck, dude. Are you kidding me? That's decent. That's insane.
As much as we were done with this whole bird listing experiment, we needed to put a cap on this whole thing. One last dance. One last cold night in the van. A way to end what we started.
Is it going to be that
One
rail
last
bird that they
dance.
couldn't find?
That's what's going on.
Is it going to be that rail, the yellow rail? Cracker Barrel.
We've stayed in one of these parking lots before. Oh, yeah.
We're no stranger.
This ain't our first rodeo.
But it might be our last.
I hope it's our last, dude.
Sparky gave us detailed instructions on where the long-eared owls may be roosting.
Oh,
well,
shit.
there should be a for sure spot in November, December in Minneapolis.
We just park right next to Right to Bear Arms Permit to Carry. Just park next to the gun store, walk through the marsh to the island of trees.
Why is it always such a hassle with this type of bird?
Yeah, for real.
We're trying to see this long-eared owl. Trespassing on this side, so you're dealing with shotgun on this side. Or if we're on the road on the other side, it's grizzly, for sure a grizzly bear's there.
It looks like you have to get past the bear to get to the bird. It's like, you know, some birds it's just like not worth it to go, you know, what's to get it on your list. And it's like we're walking through like grassy marsh for like a mile.
Wow.
Got cold feet about this whole thing, man.
Fucking freezing feet. This is nuts,
Oh, my dogs are barking, dude. How big are these things? It said they were medium-sized.
A ferruginous pygmy owl, right? As we've seen, it's about that big.
Perugius.
Yeah, on a good day.
I'd call that small.
Soaking wet, it's that big.
a great gray owl. I mean, it was pretty far away and it was dark, but
4 feet. So this is somewhere in between.
Somewhere in between that, yeah.
Ferrugious.
I look up for
Got
1
him.
second. It's 2 feet above my head. Motherfucker scared the shit out of me.
Dude, they got some great footage. They got some great fucking footage. 579 birds, 23rd place in the lower 48. God damn. They cooked. Their big year, so they took 23rd in the big year. That's crazy. For 2 amateurs driving a van, they fucking cooked.
I mean, you just smashed the previous Kia minivan.
That's right, exactly.
You know.
They definitely gave themselves a record there. 758 birds. Holy fuck. Dude, well, they were saying though, to get even like one species, he was logging like 28-hour drives. That one bird clocked in Florida and he drove from fucking Maine the same day. That's insane.
$5.75, dude. Oh, hell of a year. Having such a great year and an awesome time, but God, I'm glad it's over, huh? Jeez, what the hell were we thinking, huh?
Dude, they'll remember this for fucking ever.
We saw 579 species of birds last year, but nobody cares how many you've seen. Trust me.
I'm not bragging, but we've seen 579 species of birds this year.
Pretty cool. $199.
A pair of binoculars is a great conduit for adventure, maybe the best one. And I'm not talking about that curated kind of adventure you see on postcards or Instagram accounts. I mean the real deal. When you don't know where you'll sleep, where you'll be tomorrow, or who you'll meet. Because, well, birds can fly.
Are you in there? It's gonna cost you
$35.
$35.
And now every time we see one of these 579 birds, it carries an entire story. A bird isn't just a bird after that. It's a women's prison in New Mexico, a wheelchair stuck in the mud, or 1,000 mosquito bites in North Dakota. Every one of them is a snapshot of some miserable, perfect day on the road.
This is so cool. They made their own guide like this.
So, pick up some binoculars. You just might like it.
Human powered flight coming in. Come on.
I feel this lift.
Pick it up.
Oh, dude, be careful.
God's first celestial.
Oh my God, dude.
But anyway, I'm gonna get back to bird watching now. So see you on the other side.
As trivial as our little pursuit may be, it gets us out there in the real world, paying attention, hopeful, and awake. Any day could be a special day and probably will be if we just go out to look. Ken Kaufman, King Bird Highway. The 2 climbing bums who made us dinner out of ingredients from the city dumpster.
He watches the birds all day.
if birds only have a cloaca, they only have one hole, does that make them in themselves all taint? So they would be 90% taint, 10% cloaca.
Mr. Joe Olstein? Okay, wow. And that's just right over here. Hey, how are you? Good, it's a pleasure to meet you. This is my first church service ever. Really? First service ever. First service ever. Amazing. Where are you from? St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah. Is this your family? No, it's not. I'm just here by myself. How long did you came? Yeah. Things going okay for you? Oh, they're doing all right.
Thank you, Caroline. We just watched such a good movie. Holy smokes. We just watched an unbelievably good movie, Caroline. I'm almost done. I'm going to come tell you about it.
I kind of recovering from addiction a little bit. It's day 32 without marijuana, and I don't feel awesome. I recently got into bird watching, but it seems like I'm searching for something more, so that's why I ended up here. You can come back when you can. Yeah. I'm to be praying for you. Praying for you. Praying for you. I'm really blessed to meet you. Okay, all the best to you. Let's get out of here. I feel disgusting. Right now I'm hearing blue-gray gnatcatchers, a blackpoll warbler, prothonotary warbler, indigo bunting, great crested flycatcher, a red-headed woodpecker, distant eastern wood pewee. And it is hard to turn off bird watching. Eastern wood pewee is getting a little closer. Yellow-throated vireo. Just heard a white-eyed vireo too, I think. You know, I'm not making a checklist for any of these.
Wow. Wow, dude. That was
For the past 2 years.
fucking great.
Will you know, it is time for fear and bird watching. Let's go break that record.
Thank you so much, guys. One more time.
Oh yeah, wow.
That was called
Great film.
Listers, a glimpse
Happy
into
to be able to
extreme
say I
bird
finally
watching.
heard the word.
If you haven't checked this out, this is a movie by two, I think it was brothers who just like challenged themselves to go do this. This is their field guide. If you want to check it out, I'll drop the link in chat. The book that they wrote. And then also they did this all with like the idea that, you know, they might be funded by their viewers afterward. And so there's a thanks button right here that I'll link also. And they've made like, I think they've made like a decent amount of money on this film from people just like you, like just donating to them, which is fucking rad. So I'm going to throw them a few bucks. You should throw them a few bucks. I'm going to link this. So there you go. That was an awesome film night, dude. The Reiser Brothers. Dude, that was insane. That film was incredible. I had heard that was an excellent documentary. I don't think I could have ever really fathomed how good that would be. It was really interesting, right? Simple premise. We're going to dive into a subculture, kind of like gonzo journalism style, who you guys know. I already love the Dr. Hunter S. Thompson. But like, kind of also a story of like finding passion, finding life out in nature, doing something, like faking it till you make it, doing something that reinvigorated them, but also like it became a story of kind of the balance of doing something just to do it and finding the passion in it. And I think that it's interesting. I don't think that started as the thesis. I think they just wanted to have a fun time, but I think it was really interesting because you could tell they were pushing to try and win the big year. They were pushing to try and win the lower 48 big year and build a documentary around it. And you could just see as the year went by, especially as they were competing with Ezekiel, that they were like, I don't think we're going to do this. So we might as well find the love in it. And they kind of throttled back. And when they throttled back, they really found this kind of like beautiful, niche, fun, like, you know, experience that they kind of found an unexpected love for, which was really awesome. That scene with the flamingos was great. Get them on the pod, please. If you think I can get the rest of my pod to pay attention to something, anything really, that isn't them, you'd be sorely mistaken. I'd have them on the stream though if they'd ever take the time to talk to me. That was awesome. I would love to talk to those guys. That was awesome, dude. You people say that for everyone? What the fuck do you mean, you people? Fuck you, racist. No, I mean this. Like that was such a good documentary, and I think documentaries that good, especially for like a film night, right? Like we like to talk about movies here, but I think really great movies can also kind of inspire you outside of just, you know, filmmaking. And this one definitely felt inspirational. It definitely made me want to get out there and track a passion and meet these, you know, kind of niche groups of people. The other thing that I will say, I'm black, I can't be racist. Oh, you're just a piece of shit. I'm just fucking with you. No, the other thing I would say about this is you can see that, like, if you just apply your passion to something, right? Documentary, what they teach you about documentary, I'm sorry to that chatter, I really was fucking around. What they teach you about documentary is to shoot so much, right? When you're shooting narrative, you really want to be concise with what you shoot because your talent is on set. You know, you're burning through budget, all the blah, blah, blah. But when you shoot documentary, it's kind of you, your camera, and whatever the fuck your subject is. And the reason their doc, or part of the reason their doc was so good, beyond the obvious artistic merit that they have, was they just shot for a year. They were drawing pictures, they were shooting, they were, go ahead.
Mom is going on hospice tomorrow, 2 weeks to live. Thank you for providing a great distraction. I haven't cried in an hour.
Gee whiz, that's super heavy. Oh my gosh, chatter, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so tough. My goodness. Well, I'm sorry about that. Hope tomorrow's easier for you. That's tough. The fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, film a lot for documentary. You want to get a lot of footage. Seems trivial in comparison now, but yeah, you want to shoot a lot, and it's because you want to immerse and you want to be able to just kind of throw your footage at the wall and get the most possible out of it that you can. And yeah, I think they certainly did that. You can also see how like lean this project is. Like it's two dudes just going out and doing something they're passionate about. And I think from a content creation standpoint, I think a lot of times we limit ourselves that like, okay, we are not Ezekiel. We are not the bird watching expert. Why would I be the person to tell a story about this or to commit myself to this? And, you know, I think we've all gotten ourselves in the business of biggering where like everything needs to be, you need to be the most famous for something or the most talented at it or have, you know, the most whatever. I think sometimes you just need to get out there and make something. And these guys, God, everybody in chat's taking a hole out of my ass. All right, whatever, film night's over. I don't give a shit. I'm trying to teach you guys. You're just fucking with me. It's fine. You guys are all fucking degenerate chatters. There you go. Hang on, let me shake some keys. Here you go. There you go. Fucking losers. I'm out of here. I'm fucking tired. I've been taking care of kids all day. tired, man. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed. Sure, Wubby will make fun of me for being genuine at the end of my stream, but I really do appreciate you all, even if I yell at you and call you fucking losers. I really do appreciate y'all. That film was great. Make sure you go support if you got a little extra scratch rolling down in your pocket. Even $1, goes a long way if enough people do it. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate what you do. Stay dangerous. Thank you for stopping by. I'm going to try and stream tomorrow. The pod was supposed to be today. I actually left Disney World early to get home for the pod, and they moved the pod without telling me. So I just arrived at Hassan's doorstep, and there was no podcast. So that's why I was late for stream. I rushed back, and I streamed. But the pod is supposed to be tomorrow, apparently. And if it isn't changed in the meantime, I'll record it. But I'm still gonna try and stream. Maybe I go live earlier, but I gotta be honest, man. I'm feeling tired, dude. I really, to all my parents in chat, I know there's some of you. I know we got some parents in chat who maybe put their kids down and then watch me. But dude, I have a whole new appreciation. 3 days, and my body is God damn. Now, granted, I was, Green Beret Disney style, but whole new appreciation for the parents. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you guys always. I'm going to send you over to my buddy ACU. He's doing a little DJing. I'm a big fan of this man. He's one of my good friends in the real world. Anyway, thanks for everything, guys. I hope I get to meet a few of you on the tour that's coming up. And I hope I entertained you, if nothing else. If I yelled at you, if I said something that was slightly offensive to you, if not every joke landed, I just hope I made you laugh. That's all I'm good for anyway. Anyway, stay dangerous, gang. I appreciate you. Get a good sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. And